Welcome to the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting. It is 9:01. Thank you for being here today. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and it will be followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So please remain standing for a moment of silence for Behavioral Health and Recovery Service employee Shelley Southern. Thank you. All right, now we'll have the invocation by Reverend Jeffrey Woods, the Barabbas Leadership Foundation. Mr. Woods, thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Join me in prayer, please. Heavenly Father, as we gather this morning to carry out the business of our county, I'm reminded of three things. First, that you recognize, love, care about, and know every person who is part of our county. People you know and love like Shelley Southern, who have blessed us by their lives and service, but who have now passed on and will be missed deeply. You know and care about those who are often overlooked, misunderstood, and marginalized within our community. You care and know about those who have served long and well and continue to serve, making our county a healthier, safer, and financially more sound community. Thank you for caring about each of these people and each of us as well. May we, in turn, even in our differences, love and care about each other in all that we do and say and interact together this morning. Second, I'm reminded that you gift us with a vast array of people in our county government who have special knowledge, skills, and experience to help us navigate, address, organize, and plan for the complex issues, challenges, and needs that are part of our life together. We see this so clearly highlighted, though often all too easily overlooked in the many items in our consent calendar. Thank you for these people who give countless hours of thought, discussion, and work to make it possible for our supervisors to make informed decisions in a relatively short period of time. Third, I'm reminded of the impact that issues discussed and decisions made in this meeting will have on individuals as well as on us as a whole. We see this in the Community Corrections Partnership Plan that directly helps individuals become more fully integrated into our society while ultimately benefiting us all, as well as in cases of eminent domain, which can negatively impact individuals or smaller groups even while they seek the wider good of the rest of us. These reminders make me all the more aware of how important what is done here this morning really is, and how much wisdom our leaders need. Therefore, with gratitude for their willingness to serve and for your interest in all that takes place here this morning, I would ask you to give each of our supervisors the insight, understanding, wisdom, and courage to make good, wise, and needed decisions for the betterment of every member of our county. For I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Reverend, thank you so much for your prayers. You always do a wonderful job. We're happy to have you here today. All right, moving on to presentations. Item 4 is declaring June 2023 as Pride Month here in Stanislaus County. I would like to welcome John Aguirre, who is the CEO of Central California LGBTQ plus Collaborative, and Brittany Lloyd with Mo Pride Center Management, and we will be doing a presentation. So,
it looks like they have two different reps, but go on down. At least one of them is. John's okay. Deferring to one other person.
Okay. If you folks would like to make just some brief comments, then I will be happy to come down and give you a proclamation on behalf of the board.
To the honored board supervisors and all the esteemed guests who have gathered here with us today, good morning. It is with an immense sense of pride and it is with an immense sense of pride to be standing here before you all today on behalf of the Central California LGBTQ+ Collaborative and the rest of the LGBTQ+ Collaborative here in Stanislaus County. LGBTQ+ community here in Stanislaus County. As a member of staff and a proud part of the LGBTQ+ community, it is with a heartfelt thank you and a deep sense of gratitude that we have the honor of accepting this proclamation from the Board of Supervisors for the County of Stanislaus on behalf of all LGBT individuals in the county. You see, for many, June is simply the 6th month of the year, the halfway point of the earth around the sun. If you're a parent or student, June is the month that school lets out, and depending which of the aforementioned you are, it's either the most stressful month or the time of your life. But for the collaborative and all other members of the LGBT community throughout Stanislaus County, the country, and the good earth that we all inhabit, June is our month. It is Pride. As a collaboratives trainer, I've traversed the Central Valley, presenting to clinicians, counselors, and case managers on subjects pertaining to the LGBTQ+ community. I've traveled to every corner of Stanislaus County, from Newman to Crow's Landing, Turlock, Waterford, Houston, and in my journey, I've encountered questions that most educators don't. What is the difference between gender identity and expression? How do hormones affect the body? What is a bear? And if you look up that last one, you have no one to blame but yourself. But no one has ever stopped to ask me, why do we need a Pride Month? I could stand here and give you the technical answer, list statistics off the top of my head about why representation matters and how it can reduce the risk of suicide, especially youth suicide. I could tell you that it's no different than Hispanic Heritage or Women's Month in honoring and uplifting a minority community that has historically been oppressed. But that's not the only reason that we need pride in Stanislaus County. We need pride in Stanislaus County because tonight there will be a teenager somewhere in the county who thinks that they're better off dead than being their authentic selves. There's a queer elder suffering from loneliness who, after fighting tirelessly for decades for our rights, have to tuck themselves back into the closet to receive the crucial medical care that they all deserve at that age. We need pride because the residents of our county deserve to know that regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, or any other facet of the identity that falls beneath the SOGI umbrella, and regardless of what anyone around them might think, Stanislaus County still is their home. Pride tells these weary, wayward souls that they are wanted, loved, and accepted with open arms. The Declaration of Independence once so boldly proclaimed that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that all persons, that they are endowed with, by their Creator, certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Everyone in this county has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They have the right to be who they want to be, love who they want to love, and hold the hand they want to hold. We do not cherry pick those to afford these rights to. Being LGBTQ+ does not make us any less deserving of these unalienable rights that people fight for every single day. Being openly and proudly a part of the LGBTQ+ community makes us audacious, beautiful, and colorful. It is without a doubt in my mind that the LGBTQ+ residents of Stanislaus County can do the same for us. To those who seek to drag us down, be careful who you hate, for it could be someone that you love. To all my queer folk listening, live loud. Be unapologetically you. You are beautiful, you are strong, and you are seen. To everyone here in attendance with us today, thank you and happy Pride.
Well, I'm happy you went first, so you did great. Wonderful, wonderful. I do want to read just a proclamation for today's celebrating Pride Month. So every year during the month of June, the LGBTQ+ community celebrates Pride Month in several different ways across the globe. Various events are held during the special month as a way of recognizing the influence of LGBTQ+ people around the world. In most places, Pride is celebrated through the month of June each year in commemorating of its roots in the 1969 Stonewall riots, prompted by a raid that took place during the early morning at the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village, Manhattan. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. LGBTQ individuals have had an immersible impact to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country and county. Stanislaus County is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus people in our diverse community. While society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ plus equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. So let it be resolved that the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as Pride Month in Stanislaus County.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Come on.
You guys are all welcome.
Come on down.
Okay.
I know. I'm like, I'm too talkative. I'm too talkative.
Everybody say pride. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
for being here. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right, we will continue the celebration going on to Employee Service Awards. So we will be honoring for 25 years of service. We're going to call up Mary Ann Lily Tengowski with the Health Services Agency to make the first presentation.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Lilly with the Health Services Agency, and I'm really happy to be here this morning to present 3 of our Health Services Agency employees who have dedicated 25 years of service to this community. So we're going to start here with Cecilia Madrigal. And Cecilia has spent most of her time with HSA at the Paradise Medical Office, but that's not where you started, right? Cecilia started with us in the spring of 1998. At the McHenry Medical Office, working as a community health worker too. And that was when that office was actually on McHenry Avenue.
Yes.
Later then in 2000, we were promoted to a CHW3 in health promotions, a section within our public health division. And then in 2002, that's really when you started with Paradise Medical Office as a Community Health Worker 3, and you were part of the original staff that opened the Paradise Medical Office there in West Modesto. Not only working as a community health worker, but you bring a versatility to the clinic and support in clinical functions because you're also a medical assistant. And bilingual in Spanish, which is so very helpful for the patients that we serve. I understand that you're always very willing, offering to translate, whether it's a patient you're working with or that other coworkers and doctors are working with, and that's so very, very appreciated and really helps in the service to our patient community. Cecilia works in the area of family planning and disease prevention. Also with the Comprehensive Perinatal Services Program. A lot of what you do is education and counseling, with obstetric patients, taking comprehensive health histories, aiding in case management, resource navigation, and facilitation to really bring about positive health outcomes, especially with pregnancy care. Community outreach, I understand, very much involved and helpful, working with West Modesto King Kennedy Neighborhood Collaborative, participating in the City of Modesto Back to School events, working with the health plans, and sometimes in a liaison role with other medical groups,
Yes.
trying to be sure we're coordinating well for our patients. Celia is known as a very knowledgeable individual in our clinics, often the go-to, just very resourceful, knowledgeable, helpful, positive, always happy. I know that when I come into the clinic, you are one of those warm, welcoming smiles that I can always count on. Known as the clinic cheerleader, compassionate, caring, very well liked by your coworkers, by the providers, the physicians in our clinic, and one of really the greatest advocates for our patients and the underserved community in Stanislaus County. On a personal note, Cecilia is married to Jorge, has 3 children, Maria, Liliana, and Javier, and 8 grandchildren. Hobbies, enjoys dancing, gardening, going for walks, listening to music. When asked about 3 most rewarding parts of her job, she has said, seeing patients get the services they need, seeing patients get to the correct services, and being part of an organization that serves the underserved. Cecilia, thank you for your 25 years of service. You know that you've really impacted countless individuals in our community, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, Cecilia, it's an honor to recognize you for your 25 years. You've been a vital part of this organization, and you have served countless residents here in Stanislaus County, and we just want to show this as appreciation to you and your service. Would you like to say anything, maybe introduce your family, if you'd like?
Well, I'd like to give a big thank you to my husband, Jorge, always supportive, my children, my grandchildren, my coworkers at the Paradise Medical Office, my clinic manager, who is always very supportive. I'm right across the hall from her, so if I ever need anything, all I have to do is wave, say hey, always there, being very supportive. And it's been and is a pleasure working with the community of Stanislaus County. At times it's been difficult, especially through COVID, but we were there giving 100%. And I plan to continue to be there. Still, we'll see how long, but we still have a lot of work to do out in the community, and I'm happy to be part of this community. Thank you.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll bring up Marianne again.
Okay, I am also really honored to be here to introduce Willie Mixon to you this morning. I don't think there's anyone that works in the Health Services Agency that doesn't know who Willie Mixon is. Willie started working for the county and the Health Services Agency in June of 1998 as a staff services analyst. In 2000, promoted to a staff services coordinator. And then in 2017, decided to jump into the management role and became a manager 2. And then most recently in November of 22, promoted to a manager 3 within the Health Services Agency. During that time, Willie also earned his bachelor's degree while working for the Health Services Agency. Willie's role within the agency has been around risk management, compliance, training, contracting, customer service, employee morale, and that's why there isn't anyone in the Health Services Agency that doesn't know Willie. He touches every part of our agency. Willie's known for his initiative and good judgment. He's reliable, thoughtful, thorough. it impacts a variety of individuals, employees, and the people that we serve in this community. He's a problem solver, but it's not just a problem solver. The work that he does, it's problem avoidance. He really works to make sure that we're doing things right, doing them well, and that people are well served. He presents often to our Community Health Center board and takes their input and incorporates it for process improvement in the work we do. In more recent time, Willie has been involved in quality initiatives around closing care gaps. Often that's about health screenings. He works closely with the medical director and other individuals within the agency and with our health plan partners to ensure that patients are really getting the care that they need, and about prevention, really intervening early so that they really have the best chance for good health outcomes. Willie's sometimes known as the heart of HSA. He has been the chairperson of the Quarter Time Club, which is a long-standing volunteer club supported by employees that helps employees during times of hardship, but has also been kind of the backbone of employee recognition, employee appreciation, employee morale events. And he has been the long-standing I'm going to say cheerleader, but the lead, the champion of those initiatives, and really caring for our employees. Willie's also a trainer. A lot of the work that I've described that he does, a lot of it's about educating and training, but it's never boring. Willie has a way of bringing what might be kind of boring information, but he makes it sticky, right? He uses humor, and you do walk away learning, and you didn't mind attending a training. So Willie's got a special skill in that area. He's also in the last couple of years, we've had a costume contest as a part of our employee morale, and the last couple of years, administration has won, and Willie has been Willy Wonka and our circus ringmaster, and did that very well. Willie, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the Health Services Agency. It's been my honor to work with you. I've learned so much by working with you. Thank you for your 25 years of service.
Willie, it's our turn to recognize you now. Thank you so much for your 25 years to this organization, to the residents of Stanislaus County. We greatly appreciate your service. Thank you, sir. Would you like to say anything?
Just a couple of words, I guess. It's just been a great honor and privilege to work with everybody that I work with, to serve the community of Stanislaus County. And honestly, the 25 years have just kind of flown by, really. I hope to be here for, I don't know. Yeah, despite the gray hair, I'm only 37, but no, I hope to be here for quite a while to come. And I just appreciate everybody I work with and for, and see a lot of familiar faces that have gone on to other departments. It's just been just a great honor to be a part of Stanislaus County.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Marianne?
Okay, and now I'd like to introduce Shamiran Said to you. Good morning. We want to congratulate Shamiran for her 25 years of service working as a community health worker for the Health Services Agency. She started out in 1989 working part-time, and then joined the ranks as a full-time employee at community health worker in March of 1998. For most of the beginning years, Shamiran worked in our refugee health clinic within public health, helping refugees assimilate, helping with language skills. She is fluent in 3 languages in addition to English, which has been extremely helpful, both in our office when we're serving, but has also been helpful on home visits, helping refugees. She has helped with assisting registering children for schools, maintaining vaccine records, and really contributing to the process, the adjustment process for refugees in our community. In 2019, the Refugee Health Assessment Program went through a change within our structure and became part of the clinic system with Family and Pediatric Clinic. And so you transitioned a bit within public health, working in the in other areas of the communicable disease program, working with to prevent HIV and sexually transmitted diseases, helping with helping the medical investigators, gathering really important information that help the medical investigators be more efficient and significantly alleviating workload for the medical investigators and enabling them to focus on early cases and disease intervention. During the pandemic response, and that's where I'm used to seeing you smiling and being so welcoming and helpful. She showed great flexibility, really doing whatever was needed. At times that was about inputting patient information into the CalReady, or the disease information exchange system. She dedicated time and energy to the vaccination clinics. Didn't matter the day of week, weekends. That she was there really helping with crucial initiatives to help protect the community and the people that we serve. She, once the pandemic wound down, returned to her more regular assignment and received specialized training, and now serves as the primary triage CHW for the Communicable Disease Prevention Branch. She plays a critical role in determining the priority and allocation of incoming lab reports, effectively supporting medical investigators in their investigations. You have dedicated 25 years of service to this community. You've made a difference in the people that we serve, and we're just so very grateful for what you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your 25 years, and especially helping our most vulnerable communities here in Stanislaus County and people who are in crisis and who are in need of services the most. So thank you so much for your commitment and your contributions. We greatly appreciate it. Would you like to say anything?
I'm kind of shy. But
That's okay. I am too.
I just want to say I really appreciate it that I've been here, and especially my managers, assistant managers, and I'm very happy to work at Public Health Department. I love it. And thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Marianne. Oh, we actually, next we have Sheriff Dirksey. Sheriff, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am here, come on down, Jesse, to honor and recognize Sergeant Jesse Ruelas for his 25 years of service to Stanislaus County. So like so many folks in our office, Jesse has maybe not done it all, but he has certainly done most of it. There is actually no one who's done it all. We're too broad for that. But he started his career in adult detention, working in our jail facilities, moved out to operations, worked out in the field. He was in an undercover assignment for some time, and he has relatively recently promoted to sergeant last couple of years. And that is actually the piece that I really want to focus on, because good organizations have good leaders, and Jesse is certainly one of those as a sergeant on our team. But it is specifically during his final selection interview for testing for sergeant. There's kind of a ranking process, and then the final candidates come in and they actually meet with me and some of the other folks on the executive team, and we get to kind of ask them whatever we want. But it was in that interview where Jesse's heart and passion for the sheriff's office and our community truly came out. And he is a big, aggressive guy, but trust me, of all the folks in our organization that you may have to roll around with, this is not the one that you want to do it with. But what he really has is a heart of gold. And that was so apparent there, that is what differentiated him amongst his competition in that and got him where he is today. And so, Jesse, I really want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I want to thank you for that giant heart of gold that you have in there. So thank you and congratulations.
Sergeant, it's an honor to recognize you for your 25 years and commitment to this county, commitment to public safety. We greatly appreciate your service, and it's just an honor to recognize you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Jeff, do you want to say anything?
Oh, yes, sorry. Sergeant, please, a few words.
I'm kind of shy also. A lot of people ask, what's this job like? I describe it as the best roller coaster ever. You have your sad times, you have your happy times, you have your exciting times, and then you have your boring times. At the end of the day, best roller coaster ever. I'd like to thank command staff, the community, and of course, my lovely family that's in the crowd, because they gave me those season passes to keep coming to the roller coaster ride. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much, very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. Next, we have Donna Riley. Ms. Riley is going to be recognizing another fantastic employee.
Good morning. I am delighted to stand before you this morning with the opportunity to celebrate one of our long-term employees, Maria Johnson. Maria started as an account clerk too at the Community Services Agency in June of 1998. She has worked in the revenue and reporting unit and handled maintenance of recovery accounts to ensure completeness and proper credit of the accounts. She negotiated repayments of overissued benefits and ensured both the accuracy and integrity of accounts. When needed, Maria acted as an interpreter for Portuguese-speaking clients. That is the part that I have been told. The part that I know is the part where she came to our office. And that was in 2012. So looking back on her 11 years in our office, reviewing her old evaluations. In 11 years, I saw 9 mentions of her willingness to go above and beyond and to help others. She's willing to assist when needed. She's willing to help complete any task. She's a team player who is willing to assist her coworkers, delivers good quality service to the public, courteous and willing to assist. Again and again and again, her willingness to step up and help others, whether they be clients or whether they be coworkers or department heads, goes above and beyond. Maria is absolutely that person. She is not only willing, but she is capable. Recently, with Maria's recommendation and input on specific process improvement regarding certain types of accounts, a spreadsheet template was created that improved the process and saved 6 to 8 hours of additional work. She is always thorough, always pleasant, while working with the public, and maintains a strong level of customer service. Maria doesn't allow a difficult situation to ruin her day or anyone else's. She gives her best to the citizens of our county every single day. So I asked her, what are your thoughts on, as you approach 25 years of service? And Maria said, I began working for Stanislaus County as a Kelly temporary employee of March of 2017. In June 1998, when she was offered a permanent position with Stanislaus County, My wishes came true. Upon acceptance, I received a pay raise and much-needed medical insurance as part of my employment package. As a county employee, I have access to paid sick time, vacation time, and formal retirement plan. Thanks to the consistency and dependability of my leadership team and coworkers, I have the confidence I need to perform at my highest level as an employee. She would give credit to others. I can say that personally, Maria is a true asset to our department and that I am so glad I know her. So please join me in congratulating Maria Johnson on 25 years of service with Stanislaus County.
Maria, thank you so much for your dedication, commitment to our county for the last 25 years and for going above and beyond for our residents here. We greatly, greatly appreciate you. Would you like to say anything? We shared an elevator this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Just really quickly, I too am shy, so I'll get directly to the point. It was my dream when I got hired on in 1998. As I was getting ready for work, I could relive the conversation I was having with my HR person as we were signing me on as a permanent employee. We have a new staff person who's in their probation period. She's like, wow, 25 years, what does that feel like? I said, you know, it's been a long time, but I remember telling her it was like the journey of 1,000 steps. When you're at the bottom and you look up, it's daunting. But now, 25 years looking back, it's like, oh my gosh, where did the time go? I want to thank Donna, I want to thank my coworkers, my leadership team, my husband, and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to coming back in 5 years for my 30 years. Thank you, everyone.
Today is a great day of celebration, so we definitely appreciate our employees and for their service. Vito, did you calculate the years? Usually
125, right?
125 years collectively, so that's wonderful. We appreciate them. All right, moving on to public comment. Public comment is a time for those in attendance to speak on items not related to the agenda. Please state your name for the record. Direct all comments towards the dais, and so that it's fair for every speaker in attendance, please keep your comments to the 5-minute time limit. Okay, I do have some comment cards. So our first speaker is going to be Roman Rodriguez, or Raymond Rodriguez. And then he will be followed by Catherine Borges.
No, that's for A4.
A4.
Well, A4 was a presentation.
I mean 6A. It's just 6A.
6A, okay, I'll put you down for 6A, Catherine. All right.
6-4.
Ready?
Yes, we are ready. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone, supervisors, members of the public. This month, we all know it's Pride Month, but Pride is more than just pride parades and rainbow flags. It's a struggle for freedom, equality, and liberation. We've seen it on the news that various states have been passing laws stripping the LGBTQ community of their rights. And I'm asking you all not to play performative stuff, but to do and stand up against hate, because we've been seeing an uptick of hatred and bigotry in our community. And this is getting out of hand. I'm getting tired of seeing a lot of hate targeting LGBTQ communities as well as marginalized communities, because it's hurting not just marginalized communities, but everyone as a community as a whole, because we are supposed to live equality with liberty and justice for all. Because if we take away freedom from one group, then we're not free at all. There's no freedom when we take away freedoms and rights away from groups. So I'm asking you all is that you vigorously defend the LGBTQ community as well as other marginalized groups from hatred and bigotry, because I've seen it here before. I've seen the new state of California a couple of meetings ago spewing their hatred and want to split California to promote their far-right agenda. And also I'm seeing a lot saying that the kids are being, they talk about it's all for the children, but guess what? The children nowadays, they're becoming more wise, more adult-like in their thinking, and more woke. And to be honest, the kids are becoming more wise and more adult-like than the so-called adults who've been spreading hatred. And also, you gotta keep an eye that the Rainbow Time reading hour at the Salai Library, it has to go on because certain members of the public wanted to get rid of that. That's a violation of the First Amendment rights. And for that reason, people, especially kids, they have to grow up and become more tolerant, inclusive, and accepting of everyone. Because when you teach kids to love everyone, no matter what their creed, they'll become more tolerant, more accepting when they become adults later on. And when you teach kids hatred, they become more hateful of other groups. Isn't that what Jesus Christ taught in the Bible when he says, the very powerful commandment is to love your neighbor, and love your neighbor is the key word to keep our world moving, to accept everyone, and to treat everyone with equality, dignity, and respect, because that's the world we want to see. That's the kids want to see in the world when they grow up. And for that, to be honest, kids, they need safety. They need to be protected from gun violence. They need to grow up in an environment where they have clean air and water, better access to education, healthcare, and more social services so they don't end up in poverty. Kids need to have a healthy and bright childhood, and that's why this is a concern a lot. And for that, I want a community that is accepting of everyone, no matter who they are, because hatred has no place in Stanislaus County and no place in California as well as the United States and also in the world, because hatred ruins everyone. And hatred strikes, it's a fatal blow to the heart and mind, and it'll infect everyone, just like a virus. So everyone needs to be loving and accepting everyone, because when they use hatred, like the letter speaker in the proclamation, they better be careful who they hate, because they'll be hurting someone who they loved and known for years, because they might be part of that community. And when hatred strikes that person that they love, it's hurtful, it's damaging, and it's an insult to humanity. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Next speaker is Steve. I do not have a last name on the card, but Steve, and then he will be followed by Milt Treeweiler. Treeweiler. Sorry, I was practicing that one. So Steve, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Steve Allen. I'm a resident of Modesto, and I'm just here today to firstly express my appreciation and gratitude to all the people who have stood up for LGBTQ rights for years, to bring our culture and our society to the place that we are now. And I don't remember the name of the group. Thank you for being here. Your presentation was very encouraging. There was a mention when the woman read the proclamation earlier. There was a line kind of referencing how the way that we have collectively got to the point that we're at, it has involved, unequivocally, it has meant that people have had to pay sacrifices. And a large part of that has been that the people fighting for those rights have had to stand up to corrupt political institutions, cultural apparatuses, etc. I'm very glad to live in a county, in a state where there seems to be this is very relative, but some semblance of reason and decency as we watch what's going on all over the nation. Let me just kind of sidebar a little bit here. I'll come back to that. I grew up in the area. I grew up in a religious family. I grew up a person of faith. Over the years, I came to the point where you know, that didn't serve me well. But my sense of morality has a lot to do with those roots and the love that my parents raised me with. And thank God, I was never encouraged. Never really saw a reason for my faith to lead me to be a bigot, to stand up against other people's existence and their way of life. That doesn't mean I'm a great guy or anything. It just means Christianity for me personally did not lead me to feel that I need to do things like, you know, go to public libraries, go to elementary schools. Like we see this week in Southern California. It's all over the nation. What am I trying to say? I guess the reason I bring up my past faith is that I do understand what it feels like to hold convictions, morally speaking, about things that affect other people's lives. I frankly don't think that is really what this recent chapter in just all what's going on politically in our society. I don't think that people that are showing up to speak out against LGBTQ rights, etc., I just don't think it's a legitimate, sincere movement in the sense of you get a lot of things that are kind of tangled in together, and ranging from people that might hold sincere beliefs but for some reason want to force those on other people in the public sphere, all the way to downright crazy, violent, fascist, bigoted trash that I've seen personally come into this room and take over city council meetings. I'm very happy to see that the Salida Public Library has an event coming up. I was curious about the content of their Rainbow Story. I forget the exact name of the event, but it was Rainbow Story Time, I think. So I called the library and I spoke with someone and got a little information about the stories they're going to be reading. And as I expected, I kind of wanted to get it from them directly, but as I expected, these are very, very benign stories. Nobody's forcing any sexuality on children. Nobody's grooming anybody, at least in that regard. These are just stories that are encouraging children to do what they obviously should do, and that's twofold. One is to feel comfortable being who they are, and it's very encouraging to see a lot of parents going out of their way to make sure that their children can grow up feeling comfortable to be who they are, whether that results in whether they are living the way that their parents want to or not. Morally speaking, when it comes to just establishing, I don't know how to say this, I'm kind of rambling, but coming from a standpoint of love, you can encourage those things in your community. You can have story time hours like that are not going to be hurtful. And I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that I get to live in a county where fascists have not yet taken over. Thank you.
All right, Milt Treeweiler, followed by Torin Alexander. Milt, good morning.
Good morning, supervisors, staff, and citizens. As a Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, you have to look at the big picture. You must base your decisions on facts and reality. You have to be open-minded and willing to accept new ideas. What's going on in the world today is not sustainable. The greatest resource we have in Stanislaus County is our farmland and our water. Stanislaus County has the farmland, the climate, and the water to grow food for the next 200 years or more. Our Stanislaus County forefathers were innovative and forward-looking. In 1887, Turlock Irrigation District and Modesto Irrigation District became the first two irrigation districts in the state of California. Stanislaus County's existing general agricultural A2 zoning supports and enhances agriculture as the predominant land use in the county. The regulation is intended to protect open space lines pursuant to Government Code 65910. Once farmland is built on, it can never become or be recovered. The fact and reality is all cities in Stanislaus County need to save the prime farmland surrounding their cities by growing up and not out. All Stanislaus County cities need to be building 3, 4, and 5-story housing apartments and condos on their infill land in their cities. An intelligent and realistic goal would be to freeze all of our Stanislaus County farmland at the A2 zoning designation for the next 200 years. Those of you who travel anywhere in the U.S. or the world know that this is the best farmland in the world. We must preserve this farmland to feed ourselves, our nation, and the world. Then our descendants can say, our Stanislaus County forefathers were innovative and forward-looking. In the 2020s, they saved this farmland so we would have food to eat. And I can't overemphasize this, the fact that we do have the best farmland in the world, and we have plenty of land for development. I have no objection to development in Stanislaus County. We can put it along the I-5 corridor. We can put it in areas where the farmland is very poor, where we have no irrigation. TID and MID are working hard and have secured water for Stanislaus County for the next 100 years at this time. They've done some very innovative work. They put reservoirs at the end of the canal lines so that they could take the water that did past the farms, pump it back up, and bring it back the second time so it gets on the farmland. It's not going into the San Joaquin. So this is something you must keep in mind, and it's very important for all of you supervisors to recognize this and support our farmland. We can develop, but we do not need to develop by sprawling out. There are cities in Stanislaus County who are now considering to sprawl out. This is ridiculous. Put the housing in another location in areas where there is not good farmland. So keep that in mind and work hard at that, because that will be your generational, you were the innovators who did something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Torin Alexander, followed by Jonathan Grammatico. Hope I pronounced that right. So Torin, good morning. Thank you for being here today.
Hi, everyone. Hi, good morning. My name is Torin Alexander. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I identify as transmasculine, non-binary. I just wanted to thank the city for the proclamation for Pride Month here in Stanislaus County. I also wanted to remind everyone that for people like me, Pride is every month of the year, so it doesn't just end on July 1st. I'm grateful that the city is willing to celebrate Pride, but the support of the LGBTQ+ community cannot stop once the month is over. I am asking the city for constant support throughout the year, especially for the transgender community. As a transgender individual myself, I speak for me and my fellow trans siblings. Right now, we are frightened for our lives. Just knowing that it's illegal for me to simply exist in many states across the country is horrifying. And I would just like to ask, why isn't the rest of the community horrified as well? If you took the time to get to know one of us in the queer or trans community, you would see that we're not trying to convert or coerce your children. We're trying to protect them. We're fighting to allow them to be themselves. Maybe we don't subscribe to typical gender roles and standards, but that does not mean that we deserve hatred. We are still humans, and we deserve to be treated as such. Trans rights are human rights.
Thank you. Jonathan, followed by Rebecca Harrington. Jonathan, good morning. Thank you for being here.
It's Grammatico. You almost got it right.
I'm sorry. I tried.
Kind of an opposing name. Hi, my name is Jonathan Grammatico. I am a resident of Turlock, but I am also the president of Mo Pride and a licensed clinical social worker that runs a private practice right down the street. So I have a lot of investment in our community. I'm going to talk today about mental health because as a private practice owner, that's what I do for a living. I'm going to pull some statistics from the Trevor Project, which is an organization, a national organization that provides 24-hour, 7-day-a-week crisis support services to LGBTQ plus young people. With this organization, you can text, chat, or call anytime to reach a trained counselor. They recently did a report from 2022 that looked at mental health statistics from young people, and I'm going to read some of those today. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. That's almost 50%. 14% of LGBTQ youth attempted suicide in the past year, including nearly 1 in 5 transgender and non-binary youth. Fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their home to be gender affirming. LGBTQ youth who felt high support from their family reported attempting suicide at less than half the rate of those who felt low or moderate social support. LGBTQ youth who found their school to be LGBTQ affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. 73% of LGBTQ youth reported experiencing symptoms of anxiety. 58% reported experiencing symptoms of depression. And why do I bring this up? Things like recent political attacks aimed at transgender and non-binary youth have not only threatened their access to healthcare, support systems, and affirming spaces at schools or in the community, they've also negatively impacted their mental health. That was a quote from Dr. Jonah DeChance, who's a research scientist at the Trevor Project. Why is all this important? Well, certain groups talk about protecting children. Certain groups talk about saving the children and, making sure that they're safe. What about those who are experiencing some of these rates? 45%. These are things that I see every day in my practice. I work primarily with youth, and I work primarily with LGBTQ plus youth. I have clients that come in every day. Anxiety, depression, PTSD, suicidal thoughts. These are real things that are going on in our community. And I'm going to be damned if we're going to let certain groups get in the way of pride proclamations or rainbow story time, because what I'm doing and what things like the pride proclamation do is save lives. So there's a lot of importance to have LGBTQ representation and advocacy in certain spaces, such as the rainbow story time, as 89% of LGBTQ youth reported that seeing LGBTQ plus representation in public spaces, in TVs and movies, on board of supervisors, city council members, things like that, seeing that representation is life-saving. So finally, LGBTQ youth who lived in accepting communities, had access to LGBTQ affirming spaces, and or felt high social support from family and friends, reported significantly lower rates of attempting suicide in the past year. And to me, as a licensed clinical social worker and a member of the queer community, that's saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right. Next, Rebecca Harrington, followed by Linda Legacy. Rebecca, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Hayes. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Board. I'm happy to be here again to speak with you. I have a couple of things. First of all, I believe that we all should be the type of a person that we love our neighbors, regardless of who they are, and what they do, or be. It's a very difficult subject. As being of the Mexican community, Latina, Chicana, any one of those Hispanas, one of those specific gender, not gender, specific ethnicities, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, many of our community were targeted. And now we're seeing an uptick on that, but we're also seeing an uptick of targeting against our LGBTQ plus community. And I know that a lot of people, not we, I'll say a lot of people do not care for that or do not appreciate it, and they have opinions about it. And I just would like to say that I would like for them to exercise their free will to not go and protest against our rainbow story time. I think it should be something that is open, and if, just like I do my events in downtown Modesto for Day of the Dead, it's open to everybody. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but by all means, don't come to any event or be around other people and be disparaging and to stop them from enjoying themselves. They're not there to tell anybody to be a certain way. I came across, and I know many of you have heard this, the poem by Martin Niemöller. I probably assassinated his name, but very quickly, he says, they came first for the communists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Catholics, and I didn't speak up because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me, and by that time there was no one left to speak up. And now we can add to that, they came for the LGBTQ community, and there was nobody left to speak up for them. And it is our duty, our civic duty, to protect everyone, to give everyone the right to enjoy their life freely and unequivocally how they choose. I'm not choosing to put my beliefs and my standards on anyone else, and I don't believe that we should do that to others. We should have a community that is open to everyone and that affords them the right to be themselves and to enjoy life. And I really feel that that's very important, and I think that we need to take that into consideration. I know in my own family, I have a couple of cousins, one on each side, who are part of the LGBTQ plus community. And in particular, one of my cousins, my mother said, "Oh, I wonder why he doesn't have a girlfriend, and da-da-da, he's such a handsome young man." And I said, "Mom, he's gay." And she said, "He's a Christian, he can't be gay." And I said to her, I said, "Mom, it has nothing to do with about his belief in God or the standards in which he was raised." I said, "Because he was raised in the same type of a family community as I was, as our entire family was." And I was hoping for her to understand that it has nothing to do with anybody picking out or sectioning out who they are. You are born who you are. I was born here in Modesto very proudly. I was left at the hospital, and I was adopted by my family, and I didn't know my ethnicity. Not until I went to do Ancestry.com, and I found out that I am 60% European descent. So for a lot of people who don't like the word Hispano or Hispanic, that is partly who I am, but I do identify as being Mexican because that is how I was raised. But I also want to be identified as a person who supports everyone in my community. I support my LGBTQ plus friends, and I would hope that everyone would be of a kinder and more resilient heart to let people be who they are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Linda, followed by Veronica Ambrose. Linda, thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to address anyone here in our community who might object to the Rainbow Story Time. You, of course, have the right to choose not to attend the Rainbow Story Time if your religious beliefs find the gay and trans community objectionable. but Salida Library offers the Rainbow Storytime as a way to foster education and understanding about the alternate communities of people often ostracized, marginalized, and condemned by some less tolerant members of our community here. Like you, I have the right to choose. I, and many others like me, choose to attend the Rainbow Storytime so we can educate ourselves and support these alternate communities. Secondly, to the members of the Board of Supervisors of Stan County, thank you for your recognition of Pride Month. You have the duty to support and guide our county into the future. That future clearly includes a far more diverse population that asks to be recognized and hopes to be understood. You could have chosen to remain in the past, supporting only those members who subscribe to a very constrained picture of who are and who are not acceptable members of our community. Instead, you chose to offer support, guidance, and education that furthers information rather than misinformation. You have chosen to prepare our county residents for the future by fostering a greater understanding and tolerance for all of our different members. I'm glad you chose not to hinder our growth and progress by consigning us to an antiquated picture of who we are based on past ideas and practices. But instead, you have decided to nudge us forward to a picture of greater inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. All right, Veronica. Veronica, thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, my name is Veronica, she, her, they, them. I am a volunteer for MoPride for the last 6 years, but in addition to that, I'm also a resident of Salida with a 2-year-old who loves her library. So I just wanted to say thank you for doing the Pride proclamation, and that was a great symbolic gesture coming from the county. And I really wanted to recommend the Stanislaus County Library for all that they do. So in addition to having the Pride Storytime that's coming up, which will be great and fantastic, I'm really excited about it. They also have been helping MoPride to build up our mini library, which we're very thankful for, as we do give out food, clothing, and additional resources to all members of the community at no cost and with no barriers. And it has been a personal goal of mine to try to get every single youth that comes in to leave with a book, and we are getting pretty close to doing that. So I'm very excited. I'd really like to give a shout out to the county library for helping us to make that possible. Additionally, my background is in child and adolescent development. I've had the privilege in the last 15 years to be able to work with organizations and programs such as Head Start, First Five, and various groups like that. I've also been privileged to have the opportunity to work in a local rural school district supporting youth and family advocacy. So while I do very much appreciate the proclamation, I think there was a line in there that I will disagree with you on, which was that we have been making progress. And while in the greater span of things in the last 40 years, possibly we have, however, if we look closely at the last couple of years, it has been a very scary time for the LGBTQ plus community, not only in Stanislaus County, but throughout the US and frankly, the world. So the Department of Homeland Security issued warnings to the LGBTQ, Jewish, and immigrant communities regarding violence. And while we have been targeted as MoPride, it has been very difficult. And in my 6 years of volunteering with MoPride, I have only seen threats and harassment increase. So that is my personal experience in that. And then in 2 years ago, I was very fortunate to welcome my daughter. And with having a child, it takes my concerns for safety to a new level. And I wanted to let you know what it's like for an LGBTQ plus organizer and individual in your community to be organizing and supporting this community year round. So I have an emergency evacuation plan for my family in case Mo Pride Center is targeted or one of our events are targeted by a terrorist attack or a lone gunman or whatever it may be. So it's difficult because I moved to Salida in order to have a home, to build my family. And it is terrifying to think that at any notice we might have to go into hiding for our own physical protection. And I heard another speaker mention the First Amendment rights, and I would like to remind everyone in this room that the First Amendment right stops when it leads to violence. We have had lots of comments, especially on our social media, that threaten violence, and social media is not protecting us. They do not care, honestly. They say those things don't violate their standards, even though people are posting images of guns and saying that they're bringing people to offense. So I want to call on you to take more action, to go and to work out with whatever you need to do to help our communities feel safe. At this time, Mo Pride cannot promote our events because when we promote our events on social media, we get hate mail. And as an individual of the community, it is daunting trying to deal with that. And as I see my time is up, I would like to end with a quote from actor Elliot Page. People cling to these firm ideas about gender or sexuality because it makes them feel safe. But if we could just celebrate all of the wonderful complexities of people, the world would be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is it with my speaker cards. I would like to invite any other members of the public who did not submit a speaker card to speak, if you'd like. So do we have any additional public comments? Yes. So please state your name for the record.
My name is Kathleen Rogue.
Okay. No, you're fine.
I have 5 kids, so I'm pretty loud.
That's all right.
My name is Kathleen Rogue Glendon. I'm the Donor Engagement Specialist for Haven here in Stanislaus County. Haven is here to express our support for Rainbow Storytime in Salida. Haven has been supporting survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking in this county since 1977. So we have been here for quite some time. We offer services to survivors of all gender expressions, sexual orientation, and immigration status. The very real fear of discrimination and bias can keep members of the LGBTQ plus community from seeking help when experiencing domestic or sexual abuse. Programs like Rainbow Storytime help break down those barriers and later in life will help to create safe environments for all survivors of abuse to seek help. Haven joins the Salida Library in celebrating all types of love, rainbows, and LGBTQ plus pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and we will move on to the consent calendar. So we have 2 items that are going to be pulled from consent, item 6A4, and then we do have one of our members has a conflict on 6B2, Mr. Withrow, so he will step out for that. So, but first, let's go ahead and address Mrs. Borges' comments on 6A4. Catherine, good morning. Thank you for being here with us today.
Good morning, Supervisors. Okay. So I read the attachment when the supervisor, your agenda was mailed out. And I realized that probably this mostly has to do with money, like saving money, because, it mentions that in there about how much money you'll save by cutting that out. But where I'm concerned is I think it leads to a lack of transparency. I use who signs ballot measures as a way to vote. So let me give you an example. In the last election, there was a tobacco measure on the ballot. And this was the state, though. I realize that this is particular one's county, but there's a tobacco measure on the ballot. And the wording of it was so convoluted and, made to look like it was a good thing that I could not tell if it was a good or a bad thing. So I looked to see who the supporters were, and R.J. Reynolds was one of the supporters. So the minute I saw that R.J. Reynolds was supporting it, then I voted against it. Because if they want it, I don't want it. So by being able to see, even if it's in a local election, who is supportive or who is against it, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's you guys. I don't care if it's everybody out here. But if they're representing especially a group, they have an agenda, we should be able to see it. I don't think you should be able to pull it off. And yes, I realize you have 30 days to decide if it's going to be pulled off, but are you going to put it in the Modesto Bee? Who reads the print version? I know very few people that read the print version. I read the online version, and I don't ever see your public notices in the online version. So I think that if you could please reconsider this particular agenda item, because I realize again that it is saving you money, which, by the way, you might still have a big chunk of that, what was it, $46 million that you got from the tobacco lawsuit settlement that you got from Big Tobacco. That instead of saving the money here, where it will lead to a lack of transparency, that you find somewhere else to cut costs. Because again, the public needs to see who supports and who is against items that you want us to vote on. It is very important. It shouldn't be hidden. It shouldn't be hidden. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any other comments on this particular item? Milt?
Yes, I did fill out a card, thank you. Yes, I do want to comment on this because I was very disturbed when I read it. I was just reading through the agenda. It's one of the reasons I came here, plus my other reason. And I found it disturbing because, again, I said, well, what are we talking about? So I got out my book. I keep all of these going back to probably 15, no, not that many years ago. But I voted every day in my life, every time I could vote in my life, even when I was in the military. I made sure that I voted in every single election. And it's very important that we do that. It's also very important that we know what we're voting on. And the only way we're going to know about what we're voting on is if we know who's sponsoring it. And a very good example of that could be going back to my previous topic. There could be some kind of a measure that would be against preserving farmland, which I know we'll be working on doing that because that's going to be a goal for this board, to save our farmland. However, if you don't know who's sponsoring it, it could be, well, I don't want to give names, it could be anyone. But we need to know. And I looked at the thing and I said, well, what is the only reason the clerk is bringing this up is because it's going to save $140,000. There is no price for freedom and democracy. You can't measure the cost of freedom and democracy. We need to keep our freedom and our democracy in every city in Stanislaus County and in the Stanislaus County. So this should not be passed because we need to know who is backing or supporting these measures. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public before we bring Donna up for a further explanation? All right, Donna, thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning. Donna Linder, Stanislaus County Clerk Quarter Registrar of Voters. Thank you for having me up, Chairman Condit and Board of Supervisors. We're not eliminating the list of supporters or opponents out of the voter information guide. What this law would do would add it to the portion of the ballot that asks the question. It limits the number of characters, so we would be trying to abbreviate names, and it just puts it in another location that adds to the number of pages of the ballot. The information that Ms. Borges is looking for and the other speaker is still going to be in the information guide. So I brought samples of our information guide. So here's an argument in favor and all of the supporters. And so that information would always still be there for our voters. We're not taking that away. We're just not adding it to the ballot, if this is passed, of course.
And the idea is to condense the ballot, because I know that these ballots could be quite numerous in pages.
Correct. So in our voter information guide also, so this page has 3 measures on it, and it would probably go to at least another page, maybe 2 more, by adding all of those names to this. So they would be added up here to the top of the ballot.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification, and it's good to know that the if you'd like to, Mr. Treeweiler, I'll allow an additional comment just for clarification.
Yes, I respect your reasoning, but I don't agree with it, simply because that means not everyone reads this. If it's on the ballot, everyone can see it, and everyone does see the ballot. Not everyone reads this. They get it, but that doesn't mean they read it. So it is important that we leave it the way it is. It's not going to be a burden. It's been done for years. We can continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we have a point of clarification, Donna.
The names are not currently on the ballot. This is a new law that would add them. So they're currently in the book. They always have been. It wouldn't take that away. It adds them to the ballot.
Adds it. Okay, so we're adding additional information. Okay. All right, do any other members of the public wish to comment on this item? If you do have a comment, please come up to the microphone, state your name.
Can it be about just
Please, sir, if you're going to address this, please come up.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to come to this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeremiah Jerron Parker. It's good to see you guys here.
Good to see you.
I've been working in and out of this county for security companies and caregiving for a minute. I've also been homeless here for the last 8 months. I've noticed a lot of the tax monies, a lot of stuff on the ballots kind of haven't really mattered. Because when you're homeless on the streets, you actually see a whole different side of things. Because now you're not zooming by, you're not just driving to work, you're actually sitting here walking through the town, talking to people, getting to know the situation. And if you don't know the situation, if you don't know what's going on or what's wrong, you don't know what's going on with your society. You don't know the problems out here. A lot of people, you're in power. You got homes to go home to, you got jobs. So you miss the point. You miss what's wrong, what's going on with your society. These people talk about their children need to be protected. Why are there no free centers? Why do you have no free centers for the youth to get off the streets and away from drugs? You're sitting there crying about LGBT, your humanity. We're all human. We bleed the same blood, regardless. Everybody is missing the point. You're supposed to be raising your children in a good environment entirely. Every children, regardless. These adults on the streets that are homeless, that can't get into the shelter because you only have 2 shelters in every county. In every city, I've traveled a little bit just to do some research. It's 2 shelters. Sometimes there's not even one permit. Here's the problem. You got more people out there with nothing to do, no place to go, for free. To give them something to do for their day and their time. You know what they're gonna do? Go to drugs. Once they go to drugs, what else do they do? Go to crime. You can't get a job, you gotta go steal, you gotta do all this stuff. You guys don't even think about the online applications. I have a super long work history for the last 9 years, 2 college degrees. But you know what the problem is? You have computers running the hiring process, so more people will not get a job because a computer is hiring, picking and choosing a person, a human being, and justifying if they can get hired or not. It's ridiculous. Nobody should not have to work because they can't just walk into a place and talk to them. Hey, I'm interested in a job. Can you help me? Nobody. And they talk about these suicidal things. I'm one of those people. I was born with clinical depression. Also, I worked at Madera's Hospital for a security position up for Zach Security. You know how many youth come in there every day? About 10 of them. 10 of them every night. It's ridiculous. There's adults out there I meet all the time on these streets, suicidal, on drugs, all of it. There's people you would walk past, not even think and ask and check okay. I've seen so much of this, and it's ridiculous. You guys have a lot of money. You guys get a lot of money, but you do not put it back into your city or the community where it needs to be. Most times, you line in your pockets, you got better cars, you got a bigger home, instead of putting it back to where it needs to be and to the people. A lot of people don't get it. You see homeless people out here, you don't expect me to be 30, educated, hard worker. You don't expect that. You don't expect to see all these people who are out here on the streets to be wise, old, and hardworking. Nobody gives them a chance. Nobody gives them a benefit of the doubt. It's instantly they're outcast. And the sad part is the youth do it to each other too. They see how we act as adults to each other. And what do? They copy and mimic. You guys don't see the effect you have on your youth because you're not paying attention. They see how you act and they're gonna repeat it to each other. You have to break the cycle. If you don't break the cycle, then you're continuing it. But that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
You guys have
Appreciate
a great day.
You too. Thank you. If there are any additional comments on this item, we'll bring it back to the board. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Chiesa, a second by Supervisor Withrow. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously 5-0. All right, now we'll move on to item number B2, and Mr. Withrow.
Yeah, I just need to step away from the dais. Pegasus Risk Management is a client of our firms, and so I think I should be prudent not to vote on this one.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Okay, now that Mr. Withrow has left the room, do any board members have any comments on this item before we open it to the public? Okay, seeing none, we will open it up to the public for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for action.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Condit, a second by Supervisor Chiesa. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, we will bring Mr. Withrow back to the dais, and we will address the rest of the consent calendar. All right. Do any board members wish to comment on any other items on consent? Okay. Seeing none, we'll bring it out to the public. Do any members of the public wish to comment on any items on consent? Okay. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Okay, I make a motion excluding 6A4 and 6B2.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Chiesa, a second by Supervisor Condit. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously 5-0. All right, we will move on to our public hearings portion. We have a PowerPoint presentation by Kristen Anaya, and this is in regards to the approval for a rezone investing tentative map of a application of the Hoffman Ranch. Get a, I think your microphone, Angela. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Condit, members of the board, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Bose. I'm Angela Freitas, the county's planning director. With me is Kristen Anaya, who's the project planner who'll be presenting, and joining us is Christy Dowd, deputy director, who's also here for support. And at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Christy.
Good morning, Chair Condit, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. My name is Kristen Anaya, Associate Planner, here to present Rezone Investing Tentative Map Application number PLN 2021-0101 Hoffman Ranch. This is a request to rezone a 15.9 acre parcel from planned development 288 to a new PD and to subdivide the project site into 76 parcels and a 6,400 square foot parcel to be dedicated to the county in order to expand Hunters Point Park. The proposed PD zoning district will include all uses and development standards permitted in the county's single-family residential R1 zoning district, with the exception of building lot coverage, which is proposed to be a maximum of 50%. The project site is located at 4325 Arnold Road and 4302 Riopelle Avenue on the north side of East Searing Road between Riopelle and Arnold Roads in the community of Denair. The site has a general plan designation of planned development and a community plan designation of low-density residential. The site's current zoning designation is Planned Development 288. However, PD 288 was established in order to create the drainage basin and park site serving the subdivision to the west, leaving the project site as a remainder without land use entitlements. Single-family residential development is located to the west of the site. Ranchette parcels and scattered irrigated farmland is located to the north, east, and south, and confined animal facilities are located to the southeast and northeast of the project site. The project site is currently vacant. County-maintained Corona and Chalmer Ways currently run west to east and end at Riopelle Avenue at the western edge of the project site. The applicant is requesting to rezone the 15.9 acre project site from Planned Development 288 to a new PD in order to allow residential development consistent with the R1 zoning district with the exception of lot coverage. The project proposes to allow for a maximum building site coverage of 50% rather than the R1's current 40% standard. The request also includes subdividing the parcel into 76 lots and a 6,400 square foot parcel which will be dedicated to the county in order to expand the existing Hunters Point Park. The proposed parcels will be served by the Denair Community Services District for public sewer and water services. Stormwater is proposed to be managed via the existing stormwater basin that abuts the project site and Hunters Point Park. Lot A is proposed to be dedicated to the county to expand the existing Hunters Point Park, and park improvements will be developed on the added park site. Additionally, an 8-foot tall wood privacy fence is proposed to be installed along the northern property line of the project site. The applicant also proposes to plant at least one tree along the frontage of each lot and additional trees along the frontage of the existing dual-use basin. As part of this request, existing Corona and Chalmer Ways will be extended through the proposed subdivision, terminating onto Arnold Way. Interior 50-foot roadways and 3 cul-de-sacs will be included in the site's interior circulation. Each street frontage will be proposed to be developed with streetlights, curb, gutter, sidewalk, matching pavement, and storm drainage facilities. The project will provide the necessary road dedications and road frontage improvements to develop the half-widths of the existing East Searing Road, Arnold Road, and Riopelle Avenue along the project frontage. The applicant will annex the development into Community Service Area Number 21, Riopelle, and the Denair Community Lighting District to ensure future maintenance and eventual replacement of the storm drainage system and facilities and any landscaped areas. Here are example plot plans of the building footprints on the proposed lots. And here are the elevations of some of the proposed housing to be developed. As mentioned in the board report, several issues have been identified in the processing of the project, including community concerns related to irrigation runoff from adjacent farm parcels spilling onto the project site, and revisions to the project that occurred during project review, which included a reduction of the proposed agricultural buffer. Initially, the project was submitted with a vacant buffer parcel in lieu of parcel 68 through 76 on the tentative map, and a masonry wall along the northern property line to buffer the proposed project site from adjoining agricultural parcels to the north. During the course of project review, the proposal was amended to replace the buffer parcel with 9 lots with an 8-foot wood fence in lieu of the proposed masonry fence. Other concerns were raised regarding whether or not the Debonair Community Services District has sufficient capacity to serve the proposed development, and if new water system improvements will result in a tax rate increase. The proposed increased lot coverage resulting in more expensive housing on the housing market. That the proposed project should be required to install a new solar project to offset electrical usage associated with the increased water and sewer infrastructure. That the project will result in additional traffic on Arnold and Powell roads, which are rural roads that are not fully developed, and that new project-related traffic will contribute to an existing speeding issue on surrounding roadways, particularly Ziering Road. In response to the traffic-related concerns, the applicant's traffic engineer submitted a memo, which can be viewed under Exhibit H of Attachment 1 of the board report, clarifying that only 10% of the project-related traffic, or 36 daily trips, is projected to use Arnold and Powell roads to travel to and from North Grattan Road. Regarding speeding, the issue is not a project-specific issue, but rather an enforcement issue, and that collision records indicate that Ziering Road does not have collision rates greater than the statewide average. In an effort to address community concerns, however, Public Works has added development standard number 25 to the project, requiring the developer to install 2 radar speed feedback signs on East Ziering Road to help curb speeding. Additionally, staff noted that at the time of grading and improvement plan review, 3 parcels, lots 65 to 67 on the map, may need to be removed in order to expand the basin to meet the required capacity needs of the proposed subdivision. The project's existing general plan designation and proposed zoning designation of planned development is consistent with the community plan designation of low-density residential. At the March 7th NERMAC meeting, community concerns were raised regarding irrigation water, the agricultural buffer, water service capacity, and traffic concerns as mentioned in this issue slide. Ultimately, the NERMAC recommended that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors, provided the issues related to traffic, speeding, and the ag buffer were adequately addressed by staff. Development standards have been applied to the project, requiring dedication of land and parkside improvements pursuant to the county's open space element parkland dedication policies. The applicant is proposing an agricultural buffer alternative of an 8-foot tall wood privacy fence. In this case, the proposed planned development zoning will include all uses and development standards permitted in the R1 zoning district with the exception of lot coverage. As previously stated, the applicant is proposing to increase the building lot coverage from 40% to 50% of the parcel area in order to achieve greater flexibility in siting of the housing product to be offered. Each proposed residential lot complies with the R1 zoning district's minimum parcel width and depth and minimum 5,000 square foot parcel size. If the proposed project is approved, the zoning designation of PD will be consistent with the proposed general plan designation of PD and community plan designation of low-density residential. The resultant parcels will conform to the design standards of both the county zoning and subdivision ordinances. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, the proposed project's initial study was circulated to interested parties and responsible agencies for review and comment. A traffic impact analysis was prepared for the project, which identified that the project will not have significant traffic impacts. However, in consultation with Public Works staff, the document suggested several recommendations be added as development standards to the project, including several crosswalks, curb bulb outs, and stop signs within the project site. A mitigation measure was also added to the project in response to Fish and Wildlife's referral response, requiring pre-construction surveys to be conducted for nesting birds prior to any ground disturbing activities. No significant impacts were identified in the initial study. Accordingly, a mitigated negative declaration has been prepared for approval prior to action on the project. The project is considered to have a less than significant impact with mitigation measures included. Development standards reflecting referral responses have also been placed on the project. The project was considered by the Planning Commission on May 4th, 2023. 2 pieces of correspondence, too late for the agenda, were presented to the Planning Commission. One letter from Don Rywich, a nearby resident, who expressed that he felt his comments were not incorporated into the staff report and not accurately reflected in the report regarding concerns over great lot coverage allowances resulting in larger, more expensive housing on the market. A letter from Brad Johnson requesting that the project applicant be required to develop off-site solar projects to offset the CSD's electrical costs associated with the extending of the existing sewer and water lanes was also presented. 2 individuals, the landowner of the 2 farm parcels that adjoin the project site to the north, Mr. Anthony Souza, and a landowner and resident further west on Powell Road, Ms. Starla Barber, spoke in opposition of the project. They voiced concerns regarding project-related traffic impacts on adjacent rural roads, and with respect to road wear and tear, speeding, and disruption to the quiet rural atmosphere. Mr. Stuza stated that he did not oppose the project, but requested a masonry fence and alley or buffer parcel to provide greater separation between the proposed project site and his farm parcels to the north. The applicant spoke in favor of the project. During the public hearing, the commissioners asked questions related about the condition of the surrounding roadways, concerns about additional traffic using Arnold and Powell, feasibility of requiring a masonry fence in lieu of a proposed wood fence, and the future development of surrounding parcels. On a 6-1 vote, the Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the request as recommended in the board report. To conclude, the Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project as proposed in the May 4th, 2023 Planning Commission staff report, including all of the findings in the board report, which includes findings regarding environmental review, the proposed rezone, the vesting tentative map, road dedications and improvements, and project approval. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do any board members have any comments or questions?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Vito.
So I know that I was at the first Merrimack meeting, not the second one, in which there was discussion on traffic and, I mean, some of the concerns that you talked about today. But could we go back to just the fence on the north side, of which there was pretty intensive discussions regarding the masonry block fence versus the wood fence, and how we came down on the wood fence, if you could?
Yes. So initially, the project was submitted within a buffer lot, and a masonry wall along that northern property line in lieu of the 9 proposed residential lots. However, planning and public works staff raised concerns with respect to what ultimately would become of a vacant buffer parcel that had no development potential, and then the masonry wall between private property. There was issues and concerns raised with respect to having to require maintenance for the future maintenance and ongoing maintenance of both the masonry wall and the vacant buffer parcel. And then additionally, there was concerns regarding accessing a masonry wall between 2 private properties, where it just became a concern that it wasn't necessarily a feasible prospect to have a masonry wall. However, in consultation with the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, we relayed these concerns, and they agreed that an agricultural buffer lot that had no development potential wasn't necessarily needed, and that the farming activities that are ongoing on the parcels north of the project site could adequately be protected with just an 8-foot solid fence in lieu of the masonry wall. So that's where that 8-foot wood fence was proposed. There's also an aspect where if the 9 lots are proposed to be developed on that northern property line, they could potentially reasonably maintain an 8-foot wood fence versus masonry, which is a lot more expensive. And then that meaning to be maintained by a CSA. So the Ag Commissioner's Office ultimately reviewed the current proposal, said it should provide the same protections for farming, and that there is some development potential for the parcels to the north, given that they have a community plan designation of low density residential, so that with the prospect of those eventually potentially turning into some sort of like residential usage, that an 8-foot wood fence in lieu of masonry wall would be satisfactory.
Okay. And on the traffic, I know that was a huge concern in the community, both speed on Searing, because the vast majority of the people are going to go south on Searing, just about to any community except for maybe Hickman and Waterford. I mean, maybe going out Arnold on the map. Was there any talk of doing some sort of traffic calming on either one of those roads?
There were discussions of traffic calming measures such as like speed humps, a raised crosswalk table, things of that nature. However, the efficacy and how much they actually do serve to reduce traffic and speeding was kind of raised into question. Also, along that portion of East Searing where it kind of begins to end at the southeastern corner of the project site, there's just a question of whether or not that would necessarily be the best spot for traffic calming measures. So ultimately, Public Works staff indicated that speed radar feedback signs might be the most appropriate to calm traffic near the project site.
Did we had a discussion earlier on a different project, the 16-house subdivision that is south off of Story, regarding a three-way stop there. And this now adds 70 houses. Is that still a no-go based on, because there weren't as many accidents? I know we have to do the study, and I'm looking to Dave probably more than planning. Is that still a no-go because you're going to have a lot more traffic through that intersection, and that has the potential to be a calming effect, I guess, for lack of a better word. And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Maybe, Kristen, you could put the map back up there on the screen.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That'd be great.
Good morning. Dave Lehman, Stanislaus County Public Works Director and Road Commissioner. Just talked to the traffic engineer and for the county, and he said no, which there just aren't enough trips yet. And so it won't meet warrants either for accidents or vehicles. So, and we don't install, or at least we don't recommend that the board install or approve always stops when they're not necessary or they don't meet warrants.
So and this is one of those flashing lights that says 35 miles an hour, you're going too fast, or
right.
And that's in the project?
Mm-hmm.
That's
yes.
currently in the project. Okay. And as a future, because I've driven Arnold before, and I think someone had said it was a goat path, and Dan, I think, had said that before. It's not a goat path. It's one of our better roads. It just happens to be 1 lane wide, right. Or a lane and a half wide. So it's not safe from that standpoint. And trying to keep people from going north on Arnold is pretty important in the scheme of things, because I think the last time you did a traffic count there, it's been a while, 10, 15 years, but it's less than 100.
Right.
So maybe it's 100 or 150 now, and you're adding potentially 37 or more. It's a fairly large percentage. So, I have to think that through. This isn't the point, but if you're ever going to put a speed bump in, that's the right direction to put a speed bump, to make sure traffic wants to come south rather than go to the north, because there's really no way out. Again, unless you're staying on the east side of the county, it doesn't make sense. And then we can talk about a three-way stop if the traffic impact becomes so great and we can't keep the speed down.
Correct. I believe Arnold would meet the requirements for our speed hump policy in the county that the board has adopted previously.
Yeah, okay. No more questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions before we open it to the public? Okay, seeing none, I do have a couple comment cards. The first comment card I have on this item is for Mr. Dan Dunkley. Dan, thank you for being here.
Hi, Dan Dunkley. I'm the applicant, and first and foremost, want to thank the members of the board, and certainly Kristen and all members of staff who've been fantastic to work with throughout this process. Really excited to get to this point. Obviously, it's been almost 3 years in the making, so quite a bit of work to get to this point. And this is something we're really proud of. We worked really hard to kind of get the right balance in terms of it's sort of a trade-off between the number of units versus we really wanted something that was appropriate for the character of the neighborhood. And it's obviously a kind of a transitional piece, but right on the edge of town. So we felt that 6,000 square foot lots was about the right sweet spot. It is worth noting that the 50% FAR request, that is really driven not so much by house size, but the more recent market demand, frankly, for more of a mix with one-story versus two-story homes. So the FAR of 40% would certainly allow the size homes that the market demands.
I'm going to ding you the coverage explained, because everyone's out listening to the 50%. It doesn't recognize that it's the coverage of the lot, but explain that.
Okay, sorry. So floor area ratio is the percentage of the lot that can be covered by basically house. So it's the footprint of the house. So if you had a second story, the house is bigger, but the floor area ratio is not impacted. And the garage is also included. So for example, if you have a 6,000 square foot lot at 40%, that math is, the maximum floor area ratio is 2,400 square foot. And if you have a 400 square foot, which is a very typical, frankly, on the smaller end of a two-car garage, you're down to, that means the largest single-family house you can put on that lot is about 2,000 square foot. So we just wanted a little bit more flexibility with a higher floor area ratio to allow for slightly larger single-story lots. Currently, we're estimating that we'll probably put in about 75% single-story homes versus two-story, which again we feel is appropriate not only for market demand but also the kind of transitional nature of this lot or of the site. And I also have my engineer, Mike Persak from Odell Engineering, if you have any technical questions, but also happy to answer any questions you may have personally. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker card is Donald Roswich. Donald, good morning. Thank you for being here.
My name is Donald Rywich. I'm a resident of Denair. And I'm going to be talking, my main concern with this plan is the 40 to 50 zoning change. And you should have, I hope all of you have my handout. Do all of you have my handout this morning?
Yes.
In front of you?
Yes, we do.
Very good. We're going to start talking about the Denair plan developments approved since 2019. We have Monte Vista Collections, 4 houses to choose from with the following square footages: 2,106 square feet up to 2,915 square feet. Then last year we had Elmwood Estates, 3,000 square foot homes that will include a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Then we had, back in, actually was approved in 2019 and completed in 2021, Windstrand Ranch, described as contemporary homes with up to 3,000 square feet of luxurious living space. 6 plans with square footages from 1,650 to 2,010, or 2,910 square feet. Now, this morning, we're talking about the Hoffman Ranch subdivision. This is the plan we are considering today. At the MAC meeting, the developer said the smallest home would be 1,800 square feet. What all these projects have in common, big houses they have in common, is that the County Board of Supervisors will have approved a zoning change to allow for larger home footprints. What we are considering here this morning is apparently a continuation of a policy to impose an area-wide change to zoning maps. What is the impact of this policy on housing affordability? More importantly, can a Stanislaus County supervisor earning $97,802 per year qualify to purchase these big homes you will be approving this morning? Here are the numbers. Let's turn to page 3. What we have on page 3 is a price list for a new subdivision on the edge of Denair. And as you can see, the bigger the house, the higher the price. Note the red square, $550,000 for their smallest home. Can you afford that house on a supervisor's salary? Let's find out on page 4. So here we have a mortgage calculator. I've plugged in your salary. I plugged in your piggy bank number, a down payment of 20%. I've used the interest rate, the average interest rate for the last year and a half, 20% down, and I gave you an 800 credit score.
That was your first mistake.
Oh, no. We can correct that. Actually, the lower ones didn't make that much difference. And what we see is you can afford a $506,000 house. You are short $45,000. So it looks like this morning you will be voting yourself out of the housing market in Denair. But there is still hope. The real estate agent I spoke to said there are smaller 1,500 square foot homes being built in Houston, and they will be $50,000 cheaper. There's a lot of blame going around regarding the lack of affordable housing. You hear it in the news every day. But based on the information I have just presented to you, seems to me that if you want affordable housing for the citizens of Stanislaus County, take a look at yourself and make a change.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to comment? Okay, we have this gentleman, and then you'll be next, sir. If you wouldn't mind, if you want to line up behind this gentleman, you're more than welcome to.
Yes, what I see here is something that I spoke of previously, again, Milt Treeweiler. This is something that's going on here in Stanislaus County, and it's a very sad situation that we have. We're not only not building housing that people can afford, but we're also covering up our farmland. So we've got a dual issue here, but again, I think you will be able to look at the big picture, and you need to base your decisions on facts and reality. You have to be open-minded and willing to accept new ideas. What's going on here in Stanislaus County is not sustainable. And what I'm going to share with you is that the Stanislaus County CEO, Jody Hayes, came to the city of Turlock, and I'm a resident of the city of Turlock, and he gave a talk to us. And he said there are 5 housing categories. And that's the super expensive, basically probably what you're talking about in this development. Maybe they're even more expensive, so maybe it's not the highest. The 2, the second, okay. He came to the city of Turlock, Mr. Hayes, and he told us that Stanislaus County was not going to concentrate on the affordable housing part of this or the homeless housing part of this. Stanislaus County was going to focus on the upper 3 categories. I was kind of astonished. I was kind of disappointed. I said, okay, what is this? What is Mr. Hayes talking about? He's talking about something that is not sustainable. He's talking about something that is not rational. It's not reality. It's not going to work. And our descendants are going to be very unhappy about this because they're the ones that are going to be left behind. You cannot support this kind of housing that we're building in Stanislaus County. I've been walking through Riverbank, and I'm amazed. Back 20, 30 years ago, they built tremendously sized homes. Of course, there were probably only 300,000 or even less than that at the time. But times have changed. When I was born, there were 2.5 billion people on our planet. Today, we have 8 billion human beings sharing our planet. Our planet has not gotten any larger. We've got to start facing facts and reality and build houses for the people that people can afford. We should have been building this up, but not out. Okay, I'll just stop at that point. We need to change our whole attitude in Stanislaus County and build housing for the people, not for the rich from the Bay Area or other parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I could just, I wouldn't mind the opportunity to just clarify some comments because I was mentioned specifically quoted there. I did present information to the city of Turlock and many other cities regarding our housing continuum. The housing continuum starts with the lowest level of emergency shelters, goes on to permanent supportive housing, affordable housing projects, workforce housing, rental properties, home ownership. What I clarified in that discussion as well as others is that our interest is in trying to spend as much time up the housing continuum as possible, which includes permanent supportive housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, rental housing, as well as market rate housing. And the reason that I made those comments is because it takes a lot of time and energy to support at the emergency shelter level. And emergency shelters are just warehousing individuals in a community. They're not providing homes to people. My comments were intended to indicate we wanted to provide homes to people at all levels of affordability in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir.
Hi, Chairman Condit, members of the board. My name is Dan Souza. I live at 5308 Powell Road in Denier, and I'm here specifically to talk about the Hoffman Ranch. I am the property owner directly north of this proposed development and the only property adjacent directly to the property. What I'm going to tell you has been said before at the MAC and at the Planning Commission. Planning Commission staff have accurately and thoroughly recorded my comments so that you have them in your packets and your reports. I just want to reinforce some of those and hopefully get your attention to two of the issues that I'm most concerned about. The first is more personally mine, and it has to do with the buffer for agricultural reasons between the development and the 10 acres that I farm to the north. The idea of a wooden fence is, in my opinion, not feasible. If you look at the existing development, the Ryapel subdivision, there are wooden fences all along dividing the subdivision from farming that has gone on. They're deteriorating, they're falling down, you can walk through them. Nobody's maintained them in the last 15, 18 years. And I don't see how that's going to change along this new line. So I strongly would like to see a masonry fence. I personally would like to see an actual space buffer, but if that's not possible, at least a masonry fence. The issue of maintenance came up at the Planning Commission, and the Public Works Department came up with a solution that was not included in the final recommendations, and that is to assess the developer and the people who live there enough that you can get the community service district to do the maintenance on the fence or any space that was there. So I would like to have that reconsidered. It just seems to me that a wooden fence against agricultural activities and a backyard of a house is just too minimum, considering especially the existence of what happened there already with wooden fences. The other issue is more general, and I'm here for not only myself but my neighbors. And it has not to do with the development itself. I understand that that is in the Denier plan. I fully accept that. I know it's going to be developed. I have no problem with the idea of a development there. I might have had it 20 years ago, but I don't now. The term goat path was not mine, by the way, Chairman. I mean, Supervisor Kayser. It was your previous planning director, Ron Freitas. That's when this development was proposed in 2004 and rejected by your board, primarily because of Arnold Avenue. Arnold Avenue is currently 15 feet wide. It may not be a goat path, but it is a very narrow road. It has only recently, in the last 3 years, been resurfaced by the county, and you can now go without falling into potholes. But it still floods, and if you drive, if you're opposing cars coming, you have to slow down and move over to the side to let them pass. Arnold and Powell are streets that draw pedestrians, people walking their dogs, exercising, kids on bicycles, all hours of the day and night, especially evening and morning. And that will change with this. What I cannot understand is how the design is allowed that allows 3 streets, 14 driveways to all be onto Arnold. You're almost pushing the whole subdivision traffic onto the street, less able to handle traffic. It will be widened from my property down to Ziering, but only half a road. The other half will not be widened. So you're going to increase traffic there, no matter what any traffic engineer says, dramatically. And some of that traffic will go north onto Powell. People who work in Modesto or have business elsewhere will take the shortcut. They'll go up to Powell and Powell over to, I think the road. Grattan.
To Taylor.
Yeah, and on to Taylor. So it seems to me that the design needs to be changed so that some of the traffic, if not more of the traffic, gets emptied onto Riopel and Ziering.
That's okay, please.
So that you have less of an impact on Arnold and less of an impact on Powell. Both roads are not designed currently to really have any more traffic. I might add, and this is probably not a concern of yours, it is not an issue for the zoning aspect, but it will change the ambience of the neighborhood. This is a quiet, rural neighborhood with, like I said, lots of pedestrians, lots of walking, and the increased traffic and the risk of actually increased speeding will change that dramatically. I've lived there for 43 years. Don't particularly want the characteristic of the neighborhood to change. I understand it will. But I hope you'll consider the issue of the fence, and you will consider some change in the way the lots are laid out to minimize the impact on Arnold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Starla Barber, and I live on Powell Road, across the street from my neighbor Dan. The traffic has already started to increase just with it being summertime. They go down Ziering, down Arnold, and then they speed down my road to hit Grattan Road. If we put up the flashing speed limit signs, I have a feeling that all they're gonna do out there is, hey, let's go check our speed, see if our speedometers are correct. Let's see how fast we can go. We have tons of kids that are coming around that direction. We have lots of walkers, people with babies, strollers, joggers, bicyclists, people with dogs. The traffic that's gonna come onto Powell Road, my question is, what can we do to possibly get the speed humps? What do we need to do? We have 20 houses on Powell Road. Our traffic is very minimal. When you have all of those cars coming out either onto Arnold to go either direction, 90% I would say will go, maybe 60%. Let's change that. 60% will go down Ziering. The other part will come down Powell Road. Because like Dan said, they will be going out Grattan towards Keys Road instead of going through town. How do we go about getting some kind of slowing mechanism on Powell Road? That's my question. What do I need to do as a resident of that road? And I've lived out there for almost 28 years now. It's a very quiet road, but it's getting busier and busier by the day. And including all those new houses, just the amount of Amazon delivery trucks, which was what I said in the last meeting, those are gonna increase considerably. And they will take the shortest path to get there, and those trucks fly down our road. They do not go slow. They're in a hurry to get there and a hurry to get to someplace else. So my question is just how do we go about getting some kind of a speed mechanism or to slow down the speed on Powell Road? And I have all of my neighbors, I've talked to all of my neighbors, everybody is in agreement, they don't have a problem with the speed humps or something to slow them down. And it is a one-lane road, it's not a two-lane road. They resurfaced it, they did not prepare the road underneath. It was resurfaced, it floods, it looks more like Powell Lake in the wintertime, especially with the amount of rain we've had this last year. They speed through there, they don't slow down for the puddles. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
I'm Llewellyn Garner. I live on Powell Road, and I've lived there since 1988. When they put in the extension over there on Rappel, the traffic did uptake. It kind of backed off. But with this, you're going to have people backing up at the fire station when you got that many people, 70-something homes, probably 2 people working in each home, that's going to back up traffic. It will go on to Powell. What is the contingency to get our road repaved when we start having so much excess traffic? We've been resurfaced twice in 36 years, not paved, and there's a big difference. And that is a concern. Someone hits a pothole doing 60, they can roll a vehicle into somebody's front yard. That is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments, questions, or action?
So I want to go back to the original map on Measure E. First, I want to address the community of Denair, what's left in the community plan, this side of town. We had the zoning first, second, or third. Okay, I think that's it right there. So the last of the parcels, because above that on Mr. Souza's property, it's low-density residential, but it's still zoned ag, correct?
Correct.
And it was not, because the zoning wasn't changed pre-Measure E, which was passed by the voters of the county. Community plans were locked into place, and so if it wasn't zoned for housing, you have to go to a vote of the people. There's a few other small exceptions, but that's generally the rule. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the community of Denair is, trying to think what hasn't been zoned what hasn't come before us that is left in the community plan that was residential. Is there anything around the high school?
Yes, there's this area north of this project, and then if you go to the west side of the community near the high school, on the north side of the high school, there's a considerable amount of land there that was also in the community plan.
Zoned residential currently, or is it like this zoned ag that?
It's still like here where it's zoned ag.
Okay. So, but I was asking about what is zoned for housing. I think this is one of the last parcels in Denair right here.
Correct. We've seen a number of infill projects over the last couple of years. This is one of the last ones on the east side of town.
Yeah, Romy. Okay. And just so everyone understands, Measure E was passed by the voters. I'm going to say this again. And unincorporated communities, and really it's Keys and Denair, not Hickman, not LaGrange, not Nice Ferry, not Valley Home. I'm trying to think, there might be, Crow's Landing might have a little bit, or Salida. Well, Salida is the one community that has lots of housing.
And Salida got an initiative passed that changed the zoning before Measure E kicked in. So it's really primarily in the Denair and Keys area where property got caught up that can't be developed, and then a little bit in kind of the spheres of influence of Modesto.
Yeah. So what's happening amongst the county, so RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, every cycle, which is a 5 or 6 year, I think 6 year cycle, right?
We're on 8 years.
8 years.
Yeah.
There is a number that comes down from the state of California from HCD that determines how many houses each one of the cities, as well as the county, how many acres are zoned, it has to be zoned for housing. And so they dictate for the county that there's X number, let's say it's 5,000 houses. So we have to have zoning ready to build 5,000 houses. It's come to the point now because of Measure E, which I think is actually a pretty good thing. It's trying to force development into cities, not into the unincorporated areas. And it's come, Supervisor Withrow and I sit on the General Plan Update Committee. We're trying to do the housing element. We've got this great staff, but literally we're looking at individual lots on overhead satellite views to see if we can get 2 lots or 3 lots, higher density housing inside those lots to meet RHNA numbers. It is a very difficult process. It's going to be more difficult for the county. Cities annex land, or they determine other things. They have sewer capacity, they have water. Typically unincorporated communities don't. Denair utilizes the city of Turlock for their affluent waste. They do have their community service district for water deliveries, or they have their own wells. So it's coming down to the point where housing is, in short supply. It's hard to build, and densities are going to have to go up, as you're talking about, Milt. These were zoned, generally the folks, and I think Dan had alluded to it, that was at the MAC where you said the fight over whether housing was going to go there was before. Now it's trying to make the project better. And so that's the background of information of what we're up against as a county with very few potential subdivisions left, this being one of them. As far as this project, I kind of, as I've been reading through it, listening at the Denair MAC, really comes down to traffic impacts, mitigating traffic impacts, and also on the north side whether to do a block wall. I'm going to ask staff, could you touch one more time on the conversation that Dan was alluding to on if a block wall, who would be responsible for maintaining it into the future? Someone tags it, if something happens, someone gets into an accident and knocks it down, where's the responsibility and how would that be paid for?
So at the Planning Commission, the discussion kind of came to formation of or including it in the county service area. So it would ultimately become the responsibility of the overall development and the residents within the community to pay for it, because it's a block wall spanning multiple parcels. It's a singular structure. If something happens with it, not one individual property owner can go in and can repair and can fix it. Post-Planning Commission, there's been some discussion with staff with regards to whether or not a county service area is really the appropriate or even a feasible option because of the access. There is no typically it covers a public facility where there would be public access to it. In this case, the wall will be between individual property owners, so it's not adjacent to and accessible by a public means, and so then there's access easement issues to get to the wall. So if a masonry wall were to be the desire of this board, staff would be directing or suggesting that a homeowners association would be the proper mechanism in order to see the long-term maintenance of that wall, because there would need to be some kind of mechanism for long-term maintenance and upkeep of a masonry wall that would span multiple parcels.
Okay. And do we have homeowners associations within the county, or assessment districts, which
We do have
other ones?
homeowners associations in the unincorporated area of the county. It is something that the developer has to work with the state in order to set up the actual homeowners association. For county service areas, where you have like subdivisions where along the roadway you have a masonry wall. There are, I believe, some that do include the masonry wall within them. But in a situation like this, can't point to a situation where we would have a wall that would be wedged between private properties.
There's another piece to this too, in that usually when we're looking at a masonry wall, it's in conjunction with another public use, and so if we wanted to do what is proposed here, in addition to the other hurdles that was mentioned, we would need to amend the latent powers or activate the latent powers of the CSA in order to be able to do this. So that's another little hurdle there as well. So likely the best mechanism would be to look at a homeowners association, but there are problems with that as well. There's some issues that we might want to look into.
Is there a community assessment district in the neighboring subdivision?
Yes, I believe this will be annexed into an existing CSA.
Because you have to have some mechanism to maintain the wall. Walls are very difficult, and the same thing, if the wall is hit by ag equipment on the other side, it's not easy to repair a piece. And I guess that's probably one of the reasons you're talking about a wood fence too, right?
Yeah, a wood fence is just, I mean, they're easier. Each individual lot can kind of maintain them. They're not reliant as a structure on the neighboring property to be maintaining it. As a planned development, this project does have development standards that does currently call out for an 8-foot wood fence, and that would need to be maintained by the individual property owners. So if we did end up with a situation where you had a property owner who failed to maintain their fence, or to fix something that needed repair, the county could come in and say, under the development standards for this project, you're required to and you need to.
a conundrum. And I'm very supportive of the traffic calming measures north. I think, but that's not a part of the standards of this project. That would be up to us in Public Works. But I'm very supportive of trying to keep people off of Arnold and Powell. I think that's without being said, because that would be a terrible impact.
So it sounds like the wood fence would be maintained, though, is what is it?
We have to.
Would we have to do something here to make sure that the wood fence would be maintained? Make it part of the CSA of the adjacent neighborhood, or how would that work?
Individually owned. They actually forced to maintain. The owners of the property are forced to maintain that, whereas a cinder block of some sort would have to be maintained.
Yes, Development Standard number 35 calls out for a wood fence, and it calls out that that wood fence be maintained by the individual property owners. So if it was approved as currently recommended, it would become the responsibility of those individual property owners to make sure that their fence is maintained in good condition.
And if they did not?
It would become a code enforcement issue.
So there would be a way still for us to
correct
it. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to jump on one other thing. I just want to make, just to reinforce, kind of reiterate what Vito said here, that we don't take this lightly. And with regard to ag land and Mr. Truelawler's statements, ag is our #1 industry, as we know in this county. We have a lot of stuff going on, our Stanislaus 2030, which we are recognizing that and actually going to try to promote that. And the regional housing needs assessment numbers that we're, it's a balancing act for us that we have here. I mean, we're just constantly under pressure from the state, like Vito said, HCD, Housing Community Development, is that HC, all these acronyms, that we're forced to try to find more space and actually to encourage us to pave over ag land. But we have, as a result of Measure E and the things that we have in this county, we are doing everything we can to protect our ag land. And so I just want to point that out, that this is not something we take lightly. We are trying to balance this with all the pressures that we have on us, but our goal here still is to continue to try to preserve our ag land. And we have property here that's already zoned for residential, and it's just a matter of that we're changing here the lot size here of what we're doing. So this, in my mind, I support this project, and I think it's something we've got to move forward with.
Okay. Well, I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Withrow, a second by Supervisor Graywall. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Dave? Let's see. Lehman? Mr. Lehman? Here. You just make sure and talk to this young lady. Could you raise your hand right there on the way out?
Thank you.
Okay. Next discussion item will be a PowerPoint presentation by Chief Probation Officer Mark Ferreira concerning the approval of the Community Corrections Partnership Plan.
Yep.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, Mark, took a while to get you up here, huh?
I did. We're patient. All right, Chairman Condon, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose, Mark Ferreira, the county's Chief Probation Officer. And it is my pleasure to present to you the Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP, Public Safety Realignment Plan for budget year 2024. As part of the board agenda item, we have included the full 2024 CCP plan, which includes the history of the plan, outcomes, programming, and statistics. I have also asked the executive CCP members to be present if there are any questions or issues related to their specific departments. I am going to start by providing a brief history and overview of the Community Corrections Partnership. On April 4th, 2011, then California Governor Jerry Brown signed Assembly Bill 109, which realigned custodial and community supervision responsibilities from the state level to the local level. AB 109 made some of the largest and most pivotal changes to the criminal justice system in California history. AB 109 was enacted to address the overcrowding in California's state prison facilities and to reinvest criminal justice resources to support programs and evidence-based practices. The bill revised the definition of a felony and allowed individuals who do not have statutorily defined serious violent or sex offenses in their criminal histories or following their most recent conviction to serve their state prison sentences in county jails instead of state prisons. As part of serving that local prison sentence, the legislation also allowed courts to suspend part of the sentence and release individuals on a form of community supervision entitled mandatory supervision. While on mandatory supervision, the individual is supervised by the probation officer in accordance with the terms, conditions, and procedures generally applicable to persons placed on probation. AB 109 also established the post-release community supervision, or PRCS, classification of supervision. Under PRCS, populations of offenders are released from state prison and are supervised by the counties rather than state parole. In all 58 counties, the probation departments were designated by the Board of Supervisors as the agency to supervise these releases from state prison on PRCS. At its peak, the state prison population hit 173,000 inmates. Today, the California state prison system sits presently under 97,000 inmates. Shortly after the signing of AB 109, Governor Brown also signed a trailer bill, Assembly Bill 117. AB 117 delayed the operative date of AB 109 to October 1st, 2011, and required each county to establish an Executive Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP. AB 117 required the Executive CCP to recommend a local plan to the County Board of Supervisors annually for approval. The Executive CCP is statutorily required to consist of the following individuals: the Chief Probation Officer, who is the chairperson, the Sheriff, the District Attorney, the Public Defender, the presiding judge of the Superior Court or his designee, and a Chief of Police, which is currently Modesto Police Chief Brendan Gillespie. Further, the legislation asks that the Board of Supervisors appoint one department head from social services, mental health, or the department head from alcohol and substance abuse programs. This board subsequently selected the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director to serve in this capacity. Annually, each county is given an allocation of funding to manage the AB 109 population and reduce recidivism. This funding, referred to as 2011 Public Safety Realignment, is funded by a portion of state sales tax revenue that is directed to 2011 realignment programs. Funding is allocated using a permanent formula based on caseload size, crime and population, and other special factors that determine county-by-county base allocation shares. State sales tax receipts in excess of prior year base amounts are deemed as growth and are distributed to counties using a separate formula consisting of reducing the number of probation failures statewide and reducing the number of state prison commitments for new convictions. Growth funds received for a given fiscal year increase the base in the following fiscal year. This is known as a rolling base. Should state sales tax receipts fall short of prior year base amounts, counties will receive their base allocation shares of the amount received. Growth funding will not resume until the highest prior year base amount has been restored. This is the 13th year that we have brought the CCP plan before this board, with all 12 prior plans being unanimously approved. Historically, the CCP has funded positions for law enforcement, district attorney, public defender, behavioral health and recovery services, and community-based organizations. As the county's chief probation officer, I also remain very thankful for this board's support, with funding deputy probation officers who provide community supervision of the AB 109 population, and with our day reporting center, which serves as a one-stop shop for the population to receive needed treatment and services. 2 years ago, Supervisor Withrow, you had asked for our crime analyst, Tricia Bouchard, to report on the impact that programming has on the probation population. Last year, as per Supervisor Withrow's request, Ms. Bouchard was before this board and gave a presentation that showed the correlation between those who participate in treatment and services at the Day Reporting Center and a reduction in recidivism. This year, we thought we would provide you with an opportunity just to hear 2 personal stories of how our Day Reporting Center has impacted individuals' lives. And I'd like to invite Erin to the podium for her to tell you her story.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to share my story with you. A little nervous, sorry, shaky. So my name is Erin McCormick, and I am a successful graduate of LCA Services. I'm here to share my story and tell you a little about what my life was like and how LCA Services helped me change and grow. I grew up in the mountains in a small town. I had a fairly normal childhood. I loved the outdoors. I had a family that loved me, and I had a good education, good friends, and I looked forward to my future. However, addiction and alcoholism ran in my family, and I was introduced to it at a very young age. I watched my mom and other family members struggle. It was something that no one really talked about, but it was understood that as long as you worked and didn't draw too much attention, that it was acceptable. In my late 20s, I endured trauma and began to suffer severe anxiety and depression. The first time I drank to self-medicate, I almost instantly became an alcoholic. This started a 20-year struggle of alcoholism and addiction. Time and again, I would get about 2 to 3 years sober just to fall back again into this pattern. I know now that I hadn't healed all of those years from emotional damage and trauma. I never really faced it out of fear, so I stayed emotionally unwell, and this kept me in a pattern of addiction. Through the years of drinking, I was arrested for multiple DUIs, attempted multiple rehabs. I spent many days in and out of mental health institutions and jail. My family gave up on me, and my children were devastated and confused. I despised alcoholism and addiction and everything about it. I had so much shame and guilt and condemnation and felt like such a failure for so many years, but I never gave up trying to stay sober. As much as I hated it, it always seemed to have some sort of grip on my life. About 3.5 years ago, I was faced with a life or death situation. I relapsed. After yet again a few years of sobriety and was around a group of people that I should have never been around, my awareness and discernment were hindered from the effects of alcohol, and I put myself in a very dangerous situation. I became a victim of human trafficking, and my life was in serious danger. I was trapped and facing death or worse, and in that moment I thought of my children and the legacy of death and addiction I would leave them if I didn't survive. So I made a decision that day that would change my life. I'd forgotten about my faith, and through shame and despair, and I hadn't prayed in a very long time. I got on my knees and said a desperate prayer, and I told the Lord that I would change everything if He would save my life, that I would give 150% of everything within me, but that I would need Him to help me every step of the way. I knew this time it was different. I knew in my heart I was done. Within an hour of that prayer, I was miraculously rescued by the fire department. I had no idea how I was going to face the years of trauma along with the intense shame of what I had experienced, or how I was going to accomplish everything I had to overcome. But I knew there was a long road of healing and walking through memories and emotional damage that lay ahead of me. I also knew drugs and alcohol were no longer an option, and I kept my promise to myself. I went to rehab at Nirvana, drug and alcohol women's program here in Modesto, and I continued to stay sober. I started over in a new town and walked away from everyone and everything I knew and began a new life. I knew if I was going to succeed that everything had to be different. After treatment, I moved to sober living home in Modesto and attended classes at DRC in Stanislaus County. Through probation and classes at DRC, I was told about LCA Services and asked my probation officer about it. When he told me about the program, I felt a spark of excitement, and it gave me hope. I knew I needed a new skill set to put on my resume. I knew I needed confidence again and a lot of support to achieve these goals. My intake appointment with LCA Services was with Lydia Valdez. It's over here. I told her my story and told her I wanted and needed to accomplish. She cried with me and told me she knew I could accomplish anything I put my mind to and that she had faith in me. I had so much trauma and hurt, and my mind could not see that far in the future. But I told her I would see it through, and I had made a decision to see it through and to finish what I had decided to do. I didn't know how I was going to do it with limited resources, but I knew if I continued to pray, have faith, and put one foot in front of the other, it would all work out. LCA provided classes to help me identify my strengths and weaknesses, short-term and long-term goals, scenarios in the workplace, anger management, and effective communication. They offered incentives like gas cards for transportation and gift cards for restaurants and coffee shops. I can't tell you how nice it was to get a Starbucks gift card and be able to get a cup of coffee or treat myself to breakfast at IHOP. For someone that had very little income and was struggling to make ends meet, these incentives made me feel special and kept me motivated. I chose to attend Stellar Career College in Modesto. I chose the Account Clerk 2 certification. And after completing the required courses at LCA, I began attending classes at Stellar. I attended school for 8 hours a day for 4.5 months, and it was a very aggressive schedule. But within that time, I became proficient in MS Excel, MS Word, QuickBooks, Office, Outlook, English, and math, and I hold a 10-key certificate for a 10-key calculator, 10,500 keys per hour, which is a miracle. I received my certification and immediately contracted with the staffing agency that placed me in an accounts receivable billing clerk position. About the same time I graduated school, I completed 52 weeks of domestic violence classes, which was one of the goals I listed when I began with LCA. It felt as if I was set free from a part of my past that had been oppressing me and weighing me down, and my future seemed so much brighter. During this time of attending school, I continued on a personal journey of healing. I'm an Indigenous person, and my tribal affiliation is Cherokee. I was able to connect with the tradition and ways of my people. I attended talking circles and healing circles. I attended recovery meetings through Red Road, which is a Native American well-variety and sobriety group. Through volunteering and being affiliated with these groups, I was asked to become a board member of Indigenous Peoples Adjustment Program. This is an aftercare program for Indigenous men and women. We provide further assistance to those who have graduated from a rehabilitation program and connect them with resources to further assist them in the community. We give them job assistance, help with medical, transportation, and do leadership classes that build confidence. We also provide cultural classes and other resources in order to keep them connected to their Native roots and continue to provide connection and healing through Native traditions. Since becoming a board member, it has inspired me to enroll in San Joaquin Delta College. I will be taking grant writing classes as well as other classes to assist our nonprofit groups so that we can better serve our community and continue to pursue a degree for my own personal goals that I continue to set for myself. There are a few more things I want to share before I finish. I want to say that LCA Services does not give up on people like myself. The world likes to stereotype people that live in this struggle, such as myself. They label us as hopeless and beyond help. LCA Services did not see me like that. They believed in me when I was having a difficult time believing in myself. They paid for my education, which I knew was such an incredible opportunity and gift. Lydia, Maribel, and Consuelo from LCA were always there with encouraging words and endless support. Part of helping a candidate be successful is that they pay for work clothes, interview clothes, as well as uniforms. Maribel took me shopping for interview clothes. I had very few friends, and I actually felt like I had a friend that had taken me shopping, and I felt very special. The last thing I wish to mention, and probably the most shocking thing for me about returning to school, is the way it healed my mind. Severe trauma, like in my situation, caused the mind to fragment. There is an extreme disconnect when this happens. I couldn't finish sentences. Due to confusion, I would pause in mid-thought and forget what I was going to say. My mind was absolutely chaotic if I wasn't confused. By the time I finished school and endured a very aggressive learning schedule, my mind was healing. I actually could think cohesively. Confusion left. Not only did school give me a great skill set, confidence, and something I could be proud of, but it healed my mind. It forced me to think and use my mind in ways I hadn't in a very long time. I'm able to finish thoughts and effectively communicate. I think completely different. It truly is nothing short of a miracle. I believe there was permanent damage, but every day I continue to feel clearer and more focused. I had no idea that this would be the outcome, and it far surpassed everything I'd hoped for. Now my days are full of faith and purpose. I have an amazing close relationship with my daughter. And even though my son has chosen not to reunite with me as of yet, I know that when the time comes, I have confidence that I am someone he can be proud of. I'm emotionally balanced and stable, and I'm able to be there for my children the way I could never be before. I can't believe this is my life now, and I'll never let it go. I just want to thank LCA Services for helping me to change my life and for giving me a future. This program has been a blessing. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning.
And I have one more speaker. I have Jesus for you to hear his story.
How you doing? First of all, I'd like to thank God for the way my life is today, for all the struggles and lessons and that I've received, and the people who have supported me and never gave up on me. How can I top that? My background, I grew up here in Modesto. I was born and raised, and growing up in the '80s, I watched my parents have 2 jobs, but still we didn't have food at the house. Always struggling. There's no role models around here back then. There was nobody to look up to, nobody to set examples, and even then, like me personally, I never knew I could go to college, if I got grants and stuff like that, till I went to prison. The only people I seen with any kind of success was gang members. They had money, cars, jewelry, they had a lot. They never struggled, from what I saw. Anyway, so I got involved in the lifestyle. At a young age, I was in and out of juvenile hall. I went to prison at age 17. I paroled in 2016 after doing 18 years. While in prison, I got involved in prison politics and was validated as a member, as an associate as an MN. And that's where my mind was. I spent 11 and a half years in the SHU. I got real involved into the politics, and when I paroled, that's where my mind was at. I was still 17. I didn't know how to change. I didn't know where to look for change. I didn't even know how to start. So when I went back in 2018, I went back for 5 years, but I knew something had to change, and I just didn't know where. First thing I did was read a Bible. I ordered a Bible, and I read it so far 3 times. I read the Quran twice. I read the Book of Mormon twice. I read various books on it, and my faith in God nurtured. Before I paroled, I reached out to my brother, and I asked him for help. The very next day, he dropped me off at a 12-step program, and there I got the assistance and time to focus on myself and meet people that were not gang related, people that have too been in a struggle, They provided me with rides to different places, and while at the DRC, I was in line waiting for tattoo removal. I met Marcos, the probation officer, and he mentioned the LCA program. I went inside and spoke to Lydia, and it was real brief. I enrolled myself. What got me was the fact that there was a vocation training at the end. So, like she said before me, it sparked hope inside of me because I was lost. I had no hope. And through the program, I was able to learn, life skills, how to deal with criticism from, supervisors, coworkers, set priorities and boundaries within the work system, the workplace, how to build a resume, how to even explain myself in job interviews, things like that. Right before I was able to get the vocation, I found my own job. Matter of fact, I found a career through their help. I'm in the local 81 union, the roofers and waterproofers union in Stockton. I barely paroled 7 months ago, and my life has changed a lot. I couldn't count my blessings. I couldn't say how much LCA program has helped me. Without them, I wouldn't have that job, that career. They provided me, like she said, with the gas cars, with the equipment I needed to work, with work clothes, with the skills I needed to keep the job. Because I've already been confronted with situations, but with what I learned there, I was able to step back and deal with it, professionally, or step out of the picture. I couldn't say how much it's changed my life, Without LCA and this 12-step program, I'd be either back in prison or dead already, because that was my normality. That's what I was used to. It's taking time to adjust to this new life. Matter of fact, just sitting down right now, waiting for my turn to talk, I got a 26-year-old daughter, and for the first time, she asked me for money. I'm able to provide that for her now, It's a blessing that I would have never had. And I thank him, And I thank you guys for your time and your attention and the opportunity. That's it. You guys have a good day.
Building off of our base staffing levels for fiscal year 2023, the CCP had the following new recommendations for the 2024 budget year CCP plan. Last year, this board approved a $1 million request for the construction of outdoor recreation spaces at the Stanislaus County Jail to meet state out-of-cell requirements. Due to substantial increases to construction costs related to the outdoor recreation spaces, the Executive CCP Committee is recommending an additional $3.1 million to offset the increases in costs for the construction of the outdoor recreation spaces at the Stanislaus County Jail. The Executive Committee is also recommending 14.5 new positions and $2.1 million in funding for budget year 2024 for behavioral health and recovery services. The funding and the new positions will be utilized to implement a court assessment and triage team that is dedicated to completing comprehensive mental health and substance use disorder assessments to identify individuals' level of care and treatment needs. This team would also assist in linking offenders to collaborative court programs as well as outpatient treatment providers throughout the county. The funding would also establish a mental health treatment court and diversion behavioral health services team. This team would be dedicated to those court-ordered to treatment through mental health treatment court or diversion proceedings. These programs would create a single point of contact for judicial partners, thus reducing wait times for assessments, a decreased burden on the court due to continuances, and decreased incarceration time for those awaiting acceptance into these programs. The Executive Committee is also recommending funding in the amount of $259,000 in budget year 2024 for an attorney 1 through 5 position to represent clients arraigned in Department 12A located at the Public Safety Center. This position will support the Public Defender's Office's vision of providing holistic defense through early representation, resulting in reduced recidivism, enhanced public safety, and a stronger, healthier community. The position would allow meaningful access to counsel at arraignment as well as during the critical period after arrest and prior to arraignment. Clients will have meaningful access to counsel within 24 hours of arrest and through arraignment, improved risk assessment and pretrial detention decisions, and a reduction of the financial and human resource burden on the legal system and the community. The Executive Committee further recommends $1.5 million in funding in budget year 2024 to pilot a program offering a whole person therapeutic environment for those reentering our community from custody. This program, inspired by Southern California's Homeboy Industries program, would identify and address underlying needs that lead to system involvement, as well as addressing post-incarceration reentry needs in an environment that will reduce system burden, reduce recidivism, and prevent future arrests. The program would offer a support network for justice-involved individuals and provide peer support and navigation, job skills training, education, and co-located services such as NAAA and domestic violence treatment. The Community Assessment Response and Engagement, or CARE team, has had an embedded substance use disorder counselor on staff from the Center for Human Services since 2019. This counselor has worked to engage clients, complete assessments, facilitated warm handoffs of clients to treatment, followed up with treatment facilities for client intake dates, transported clients to appointments, and has assisted clients with medical clearance and detox medication. This position has been highly successful in engaging care clients, as substance abuse is the first barrier to accessing services. This particular position has been funded utilizing grant funding that has since been exhausted. The Executive Committee is recommending funding in the amount of $199,000 in budget year 2024 to avoid losing this position on the care team. Lastly, the Executive Committee is recommending the addition of 2 full-time victim advocate positions and funding for victim assistance supplies for the District Attorney's Office in the amount of $173,000 in budget year 2024. The first victim advocate will assist with post-conviction victim identifications, notification of rights, accompaniment to court and parole board hearings, and manslaughter and homicide case assignments as needed. The second victim advocate will aid in representation for claims with the California Victim Compensation Board, restitution assistance, follow-up with the probation department, and court assistance as needed. Training will be provided to staff for trauma-informed advocacy and case management training, as well as specialized training in strangulation, stalking, sexual assault, mass violence response, and other training as needed. Approval was also provided to make supplies available to victims to include things such as hotel accommodations for victims in immediate danger, as well as necessities for victims in crisis. Depicted on your screen is the budget year 2024 CCP budget. This includes $41.5 million in planned expenditures supported by $30.5 million in projected revenue and up to $11 million in the use of existing fund balance. While the CCP is recommending a total of $13.8 million in available fund balance to end budget year 2024, historical trends suggest the CCP may end budget year 2024 with as much as $20.1 million in available fund balance due to salary and programmatic savings. On the screen in front of you is a 5-year estimated spending plan, which, if adopted, would fund 169 positions. The proposed CCP plan increases funding levels for new programs and services that, if fully expended over the following years, will result in a deficit in budget year 2026. Historically, however, the CCP only incurs approximately 85% of the approved plan expenditures. With this assumption built into the estimated spending plan, the executive CCP does not project any deficits in the next 5 years. The CCP Executive Committee has worked to identify core services that would be prioritized if a deficit does indeed occur. The core services of the CCP include Sheriff's Office detention beds, community supervision by the probation department, services at the Day Reporting Center, and mental health and substance abuse treatment. The CCP Executive Committee will take proactive measures to mitigate any deficits in future years and will submit regular updates to ensure this board remains informed regarding the CCP funding plan. Updates will be provided during the mid-year and adopted budget cycles. So on the screen in front of you are the recommendations from the CCP Executive Committee. And the first is to approve the 2024 Community Corrections Partnership Plan for 2011 Public Safety Realignment. And the second one is to authorize the Chief Probation Officer to sign all Community Corrections Partnership documents related to 2011 Public Safety Realignment, including any operational contracts and amendments. And with that, we are open for questions from the board.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? No, but wonderful presentation. I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge both speakers today. Thank you so much for your testimony. You are a great example of what can be done, and we just appreciate everything you're doing and going to do for our community. So thank you very much for sharing that with us today, and you are an example of what it is to empower yourself when given the opportunity. So thank you. We do want to open it up for public comment, though. I don't have any comment cards, but if anyone would like to speak on this item, please do so. Sir, if you'd like to come up, please state your name for the record.
Hello, so my name is Andre Lukashuk. I heard you guys talking about Assembly Bill 109, and I wanted to ask about regarding Senate Bill 731. Have you guys heard of it? Oh, okay. Well, I was going to ask because it pertained to me, and you guys, I thought you guys might have known. So,
Well, if you want to give us your information, maybe we can follow up if we do find out any information. So
Okay.
if you want to just give your information over to the clerk, and then we can follow up.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to comment on this item? Okay, just, sir.
My name is Jesse Vargas, and I'm an ex-parolee, ex-gang member. And I wanted to say, like, these programs that I'm from Modesto, California, grew up, born and raised. And I just want to say that these programs that are helping the people, like, are very much needed. You know, the Alliance Legacy, that's one of the programs. And I work there, and I work with a lot of these people in here. And a lot of these people in here are given a second chance at life. And that's what I'm seeing, is the helping them get back on their feet and be accomplish their goals, because their life's not over. You know, we all go through the system. People have addictions, drug addictions, alcohol addictions. But I just see these programs helping our community, really, really helping them. And that's what it's about. It's about people. You know, it's about people bettering their lives, giving the second chance. Because a lot of people feel worthless, like the world gave up on them. But the world didn't give up on them. You know, there's good people in this world. There's bad people and there's good people. And we all learn, you know. And I'm going to say God changed me. But I just feel like we got to continue this to make our community better, but not only our community, to make the world better. And you got a lot of ex-everything in here. You got gang members, ex-drug dealers, ex-everything. But coming together as one, we're all coming together as one to help. And that's what it's about. It's about helping. So we got to continue this cycle. There's something brand new that's going on right now. God is doing something brand new. And we just got to continue it and come together as people to make it a better place for the future. Because if we don't, it's going to be more chaos and a lot of more bad things happening. And now it's time to turn it around and make good things happen for the people. That's what I got to say.
Thank you. Would any other members of the public wish to comment? Yes, sir. Just please state your name for the record.
My name is Jamel Young. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just came home after 19 years. And through Legacy Alliance, I was able to receive my driver license, ID, social security card, transportation to and from appointments because of this program. So I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to comment? Yes, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. My name is Wesley Bluford, Jr., and when I became homeless, I tried to live in back of the Martin Luther King Park. Police officers woke me up and told me I had to leave or they were going to arrest me. So I went to a homeless shelter on 9th Street in Modesto. Since I've been there, staff lightweight robbed me, but Alliance gave me a job. I don't do no drugs anymore, and they're helping me get back on my feet. And I'm happy and pleased for people like that is willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Come on down. Just
step up when I have to.
we appreciate you being here.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon now, I'm a little nervous. My name is Bonsai Suan. I'm a, wolf refugee. I came to America in the 80s. I was in a low-income area, trying to go to school, getting bullied by gang members. back then in Cambodia, we didn't form a gang yet, you know, but we had to because we was getting picked on. But that gang lifestyle really took a spiral. You know, I really got addicted to that lifestyle. I grew up with just a mother, no brother or sister, so a gang was a form of a family that I didn't have. But, you know, as it turned out, it's just all an illusion. You know, I did 31 years in prison because I took a life. That's something I can never get back. That's something I'll always live with for the rest of my life. But I choose to change my life, you know. I choose to honor life now. I have a high regard for life. You know, I don't want anyone to suffer. I try to do everything right in my daily life, you know, try not to cause harm through my actions, verbal, physical, my thought. You know, I evaluate myself every day. I'm not perfect, but I work on it every day, you know. And for 2 years, I was out because I didn't have a social security card. I couldn't get a job legitimately. I had to work under the table, whatever. But due to Legacy Alliance outreach program, they were to provide me with jobs. And now I can pay for my own rent. And I feel good standing here. Without their help, I won't be up here speaking, you know. I was homeless, you know. So I just want to say that. And I'm thankful to the Legacy Alliance. They saved my life.
Yes, ma'am. Please come up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leah Garza. I just wanted to speak on the Legacy Alliance outreach as well. They had an awesome mentorship program after school for children. 2 of my children were attending that. They no longer are able to attend that, and it's affecting them. It was a very, very safe place for my children to go to after school. So I just wanted to speak on that because it's affecting my children, and I feel like it was beneficial to a lot of children. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Please come up. If you would like to speak, just please feel free to form a line behind this gentleman coming up now. Please feel free to do that. Thank you for being here today.
My name is Romero. I'm 22. You know, I was listening to a lot of people's stories today, and, you know, I heard that some of them say they grew up with, you know, their mom or their dad. I know what that's like. I never grew up with my father, but I did grow up with my mom. And, you know, I'm thankful for her because I see everyday struggles that she goes through or sacrifices to make for me, my brother, my other brother, or my sister. I mean, I know she may not be in our life, but that's still my sister at the end of the day, regardless of what problems that we have in our family. We're still a family. We still have the same blood in our genes. But, you know, I've never really thought in my 21 years of life that I would be successful or see the potential that I have in myself, you know. I'm ADHD, I'm schizophrenic, and because of that, I'm really down on myself. I break myself as a man. I destroy my character. And, you know, a lot of people tell me that they see potential in myself that I don't see because I was afraid of, growing up in this world and not knowing who or what I was going to be in this life. And, you know, I met some people that have done wrong to me, and I've met some people that have done good and have tried to help me. You know, like, I would like to say thank you to my friend Gabe right here because, you know, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known nothing about this program. I've only known him for like maybe 5-6 years, but you know what? If it wasn't for him bringing me with him yesterday was my first day. But, you know, I'm not the type of person that likes to do this. Like, I'm surprised I'm even up here right now talking because I don't like talking about my problems at all because of what I went through. But you know what? This program, it's letting me know that it's okay to talk about my problems, and instead of keeping them bottled up or letting them continue to hurt me, because you know what? That's what I do. I'll let my problems destroy me. You know, I used to live out in San Jose, and yeah, you know, I've done drugs before, but I've never done like hard drugs. You know, the only thing I did was coke. Yeah, that's a hard drug, but other than that, I'd never done anything else. I've only done coke. And when I moved to San Jose, I was doing coke like hard. I was doing it hard because I didn't care. You know, I was out there, I had no one to watch me. You know, I had no one to care for me and anything like that. And, you know, I got in an accident while I was out there. I lived out there for 6 months. I ended up getting jumped, and I got thrown off like a 10-foot building. You know, I was supposed to be dead. Doctors told me that I wasn't supposed to live. My back was supposed to be paralyzed. You know, I'm not supposed to be able to walk, you know, nothing like that. But I've got back with God since my accident and everything. And, you know, if it wasn't for God, you know, being there for me and letting me know that it's all right, I'm going to make it through this, I probably would have just gave up the day that I went to that hospital. I probably would have just let my soul go because I didn't know that I had someone there that was going to be there for me no matter what my circumstances or my problems are. But, you know, I'm thankful for this program because, you know what, they do want to help people out, no matter if you're an ex-con, a gang member, whatever. Like, you know, whoever was just speaking, there's a lot of there's a lot of ex out there, no matter what you are. And a program like this, if they're willing to help you get back on your feet and do what you got to do, take advantage of that. Use that while you can, because you know what? Not every program is like that. There's programs out there that say, look at your background, or so quick to judge you because of what you've done or what you were. This program, they don't look at you like that. They look at you as someone who still has potential and wants to do better for yourself. So I'm thankful for this program. I'm thankful that they're not trying to give up on us and let us still be out there on the streets doing what we're doing, instead of doing what we got to do to make a better life for ourselves. But that's all I got to say. I just want to say thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? That's fine. Welcome, welcome. Just please state your names for the record.
So my name is Ann Ensley.
Teresa Blackwood. And Amelia Rivera.
So Teresa was just asking me to share her story, and it's a beautiful story, actually. So Teresa, I met her, she was at a property that we have that we were trying to get renovated, and she and a number of other people were living in that building. And I just, we said, hey, everybody has to go. And I just took one look at her, and I said, we'll help anyone that needs help. We'll get housing for you. We'll help you transition. We'll help get you to the Legacy Alliance. And Michael Baldwin was there with us, and a handful of people from Legacy. And I could just tell on Teresa's face that she really wanted help and she was ready. And so we got you, you know, together and your things together, and we got you some housing, and then we got her, had her come and work with us at one of our businesses. And I remember the day you came, like your feet weren't really fitting in your shoes, and so we got you, after work, got you some clothes and some shoes. And this lady has just absolutely blossomed and bloomed and pulled her life completely together. She was estranged from her children for a long time, and when she finally felt good enough about herself after getting some new clothes and working a little bit, she actually walked, you walked a series, I believe, to see your kids, and it was the first time in how many years? Yeah, like 8 years since she had seen her children, and so she actually walked to see them, and they saw her and were so proud of her. And she still works with us over at Greens. In addition to that, she went and applied and got a job at Home Depot. And I remember you were so excited the day you got your apron. That was a big day. But anyway, I'm just so proud of you. And this program is incredible. And it's such a blessing for our community, and it's going to really make a huge impact, I think, in our community and the world. I like Jesse's. We're talking about the world here, not just our area. So thank you.
And then I myself, as part of the previously unhoused community, wanted to state that Legacy Alliance has also done such a tremendous turnaround on my life that I was there the day that Ann talks about meeting her and bringing her from the building that I once previously lived behind. So it's a blessing to have everybody that's a part of Legacy Alliance and all those lives we will affect be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
anyone else wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board. I do want to applaud my colleague. I know he's going to speak here, but Terry Withrow has been instrumental in this type of work, and I know that he has engaged Homeboy Industries and bringing them to Stanislaus County, and I know he's working very close with Mr. Baldwin, who's doing fantastic work. Just go ahead, Mr. Baldwin, if you mind standing up, and also if you're a member of Legacy Alliance, please stand up as well. I'd like to acknowledge you. So I know this board stands with you, and any funding opportunity we can commit, we will do so in empowering you to empower yourself. So thank you again for being here. Michael, thank you for all the fantastic work. So I know Terry's got some comments. Terry, go ahead.
Thanks, Jansen. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I just want to thank for the testimonials to start off with. Aaron and Jesus, just unbelievable testimonials. We very much appreciate, Mark, you putting those together, and everybody else who commented here. You know, I always say this job is miserable that we do here. It is not a fun job, and it's I can't think of any really good things that have come in my life personally as a result of being a county supervisor. But days like today are the reason that we show up here. And to see things like this, it invigorates us. It lets us know, okay, there's a reason for us to be here and to be a part of this and to try to make a difference in the world, in our county and in the world, basically. It's amazing, Mark, when you said, and it's a team effort. I just went, Chance, you're saying that I was involved.
You're leading the charge,
No,
Terry.
it's a team effort. I'm just a cheerleader. It's a team effort here. 13 years, Mark, you say 13 years AB 109's been in place. That's just, and I leaned over to Vito. 13 years, just like that has flown by. When we first started this, AB 109 first came out, it was, I would say probably most of us were opposed to it. We thought, what are you doing? This is the governor. What are you doing? You're sending all these people back to our county. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the ability to take care of these individuals and to help them. But I can tell you, we have learned over the period of time of us doing this, over 13 years, probably one of the best things ever happened. In my mind, one of the best things ever happened for us to have the ability to help individuals, because I really think we can do it better. I've said this so many times. We can do it better locally. We can help people locally better than and it's not a kick at the state, but it's just at the local level, we are so much more in touch with what's going on, and we can help individuals locally. And the programs and the stuff that you're proposing that you've done over the last 13 years, what we're proposing here are just a testimonial that we can make a difference, and I very much appreciate you bringing individuals and showing the data and the information that we are making a difference in our community here by what we're doing. And as a result of AB 109, it has been a good thing. There's so many programs that you're doing as a result of the funding that we get from the state, and there's so many things that, you've listed here some of the new ones. There's so many that you've continued to do that are great things. This Homeboy Industries, like Homeboy Industry-ish, I call it, is something that we've been waiting for I think 7 years or so, that we initially went down to LA and saw what Father Boyle was doing there, what Father G was doing down there. And it took us, it's taken us 7 years to finally get this thing going. And that's what government is. Government moves unbelievably slow to get things done. And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, but I always just say it's kind of in God's time. So very, very excited that we're finally getting to this point. Now, and I want to point out that what we're doing here is we're approving the budget. We're approving the CCP budget, and then each individual department will have to come to us for the individual programs. Anyway, I want to make sure that we're going through the process and the procedures the way we're supposed to do this. I see Ruben looking back at me back there, and I get way ahead of myself sometimes on these things. But we've got a process that we've got to work our way through before we're going to get there. And so, but this is a great foot forward towards that process. When you talk about your budget, Mark, I know there are some concerns. When you do your 5-year projection, which I applaud you for doing that, that's what we do here at the county. We always want to look at where we're going to be 5 years from now. Are we going to have enough money to sustain these things? And I get it. There is concern, and there's a lot of unknown there. But I got to say, there's a lot of interest in some of these programs from the private sector. And days like this help garner more of that interest. That it won't have to always be government taxpayer money, paying for these things. There is private sector money in a heartbeat that would love to step up and get involved in these programs. And it's days like this that illustrate the progress that we're making. And so I'm confident that we will, 5 years from now, still have these programs going and be able to maintain them, whether it's with government money or with private sector money, whatever it takes. We'll continue to keep these things going. So today is a good day. It's a good day, and I want to applaud all my fellow supervisors. We haven't voted on this thing yet, but for all the effort, everybody, staff, all the staff, everybody is working so hard through the CCP and to try to make a difference in this community. I thank every one of you for all the work that you're doing, and I look forward to just continued great things to come from what we're doing with our Community Corrections Partnership and with all these programs that are flowing through to make a difference and change individuals' lives, and just generational changes is what we're doing here. So I thank you all very much, and I very much support this budget.
Thank you. I was very much offended by his first comments about not getting anything good out of this, because we get a lot of good. We got to know each other, right?
That's right. Except for the people, a lot of good people.
Great people, and whether it's giving awards away today, you guys got to sit through 3 hours of our meeting and listen to public comment, and this is a microcosm of what we do in many forms. So I appreciate you sticking it out. This has just been a fantastic day. This is one of the few things, and Supervisor Withrow alluded to it, when AB 109 first hit, our sheriff went ballistic, the Sheriff's Association went ballistic, and realigning people down to the local level. But Governor Brown had a lot of insight in that things are better at the local level, right? You can't escape the problems here, and there's a disengagement from the state down to the local level in some aspects. So he became, our former sheriff, Adam Christensen, became a believer in this program, really, in the end. And I look over here, and we got the probation, we got the district attorney sitting next to the public defender. And it's truly a testament to how we've come a long way, again, as a county. I looked at these programs, Care Team, Raul, the job you're doing is fantastic. One comment, and it's going to be construed as a negative comment, but it's not a negative comment. It's just a fairness and equity. Our programs that we have here, Care Team and some of these other, as I go through, if you pull this up, they're county-wide programs. What you're doing, Michael, is a county-wide, right? Anyone can join. The things in the jail, the programming, the day reporting center are county-wide. And so there's just one program in here that I always see a deficiency, and it's not the program's deficiency, it's the chat program. It's really good for the city of Modesto, but that needs to be expanded out to the other communities because it's had so much success here that we need to make sure that Turlock and Ceres and Newman and Oakdale have the opportunity. If you're engaged with the county organization or the sheriff's department, we have contract cities that always have the potential for these. That's Houston, Waterford, Riverbank, and Patterson. So it's something, last year I made a big hullabaloo and said I wouldn't vote for another one of these budgets if it didn't start expanding out into all areas. And again, it's not anything against the success because I see the success of the chat team. You're talking about diverting people. You're talking about helping people there on the ground level. So again, this only requires a 2/5 vote to pass. So very confident that this budget is going to pass. It's also set up very uniquely so Board of Supervisors can't get in the way of progress. But it's something that I need to see next year. Again, and speaking with the city of Turlock, the city manager and the mayor, they haven't been invited to the table if you look at the roster. And so I'm going to make sure they're engaged this next year and they can be a party to this too. So thank you all for being here. All our departments that are involved in this, thank you for the fantastic work.
Any further comments, or I will entertain a motion?
I will make a motion we approve all staff recommendations. Second.
A motion by Supervisor Withrow, a second by Supervisor Graywall. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Vito, you want? Let's do it. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break as we clear out here. So 5 minutes, and then we will reconvene. All right, we will reconvene the meeting at 12:29. So welcome back. And we will continue with discussion item 8.2, which is the approval and consideration to adopt a resolution concerning the North County Corridor Project. We have a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. Dave Lehman, and this is a 4/5 required vote.
Good morning, Chair Condit, Board, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. Good morning, or good afternoon now. Thank you for having us. We're here to consider the resolution of necessity to acquire real property for APN 075-024-005, Joe Garcia and Mary Garcia as trustees of the Garcia Family Living Trust under Declaration of Trust. Today's agenda: project description, overview of the process, discussion of individual property, and talk about the parcel. Here are the project limits. It goes from Oakdale and Clarabelle, south down Oakdale Road, onto the new alignment, up and over, interchange at Roselle, up and over the MID Main Canal, up and over the BNSF Railroad, grade separating. Clarabelle Road and new NCC will be grade separated, landing at the ultimate intersection of Claus and NCC. And here's the Garcia project property in regards or in relation to the project, and a close-up of it. And this is what we need for local Clarabelle Road. We're missing the structures. We're in between the two houses, and there it is. So the project approvals to date: Caltrans approved the CEQA NEPA environmental documents and route adoption on May 22nd, 2020. These actions confirmed the alignment 1B and created and approved the North County Corridor Project. The NCC project will improve the regional network circulation. It will relieve existing traffic congestion, reduce traffic delay, and accommodate future traffic on State Route 108. It'll support the efficient movement of goods and services, and it will enhance traffic safety. The greatest public good and least private injury. Through rigorous environmental study and public outreach, the project has been designed to maximize the benefits to the public at large while minimizing impacts to private property owners. A thorough analysis regarding the need for each property interest was conducted in the project's planning stages. Project team has worked diligently to minimize the need for property acquisitions. Alternative 1B is the alternative which is planned and located in the manner that is most compatible with providing the greatest public good and least private injury. The key findings required: public interest and necessity require the North County Corridor Project Phase 1 final EIS approved May 22nd, 2020. Project is planned in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The subject properties are necessary for the project. Offer has been made to the parcel owner to be acquired. Staff recommends: find that the public interest and necessity require the North County Corridor Phase 1 project. Find that the project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Find that the interest in the property, APN 075-024-005, sought to be acquired and described in the attached resolution of necessity is necessary for the project. Find that the offer required by Section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner, Joe Garcia and Mary Garcia, as trustees of the Garcia Family Living Trust under Declaration of Trust dated April 25th, 2001. Adopt a resolution of necessity in the form attached hereto as Attachment 1. Authorize County Council to initiate eminent domain proceedings to acquire the property interest described therein. And I failed to introduce Arton Shavridian. He's our outside counsel. Thanks for being here today, Arton. And turn it over for comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lehman. I know Supervisor Condit has a question or comment.
Yeah, Dave, thank you for your presentation, and always I'm asking the same question. Negotiations still ongoing. Has there been a drop-off in contact, or?
This one is a RON to allow us to clear the family trust. There's been a death in the family, and they have to provide some clarity, and this will allow us to assist them in getting their documentation in order.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comment before we open it up to the public? Okay, we will open it up for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Condit, a second by Supervisor Chiesa. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously 5-0. All right, moving on to item 8.3, and it is another consideration for the North County Corridor Project. Mr. Lehman?
Thank you. This is a resolution of necessity to acquire real property from APNs 075, 024, 011, and 013, and APN 075, 024, 014. There's 3 parcels. And as Cynthia Lindsay, trustee of the Lindsay 2006 Revocable Trust, dated April 5th, 2006. This, the agenda today is a project description, an overview of the process, discussion of the individual property, and the 3 parcels as described in the Lindsay Trust. Again, here's the project limits from Oakdale to Claus and a little bit beyond. And the 3 parcels that the Lindsay Family Trust own are at the northwest corner of North County Corridor and Claus, just south, and actually Davis bisects parcel 52. And there's a closer view. This is the right-of-way we actually need. Project approvals to date for the 3 parcels. Caltrans approved the CEQA NEPA environmental documents and route adoption on May 22nd, 2020. These actions confirmed the alignment 1B and created and approved the North County Corridor Project. Public interest and necessity. The NCC project will improve the regional network circulation, relieve existing traffic congestion, reduce traffic delay, and accommodate future traffic on State Route 108. Supports the efficient movement of goods and services, and enhances traffic safety. The greatest public good and least private injury. Through rigorous environmental study and public outreach, project has been designed to maximize the benefits to the public at large while minimizing impacts to private property owners. A thorough analysis regarding the need for each property interest was conducted in the project's planning stages. Project team has worked diligently to minimize the need for property acquisitions. Alternative 1B is the alternative which is planned and located in the manner that is most compatible with providing the greatest public good and least private injury. The key RON findings required. Public interest and necessity require the North County Corridor Project, Phase 1, final EIS approved May 22nd, 2020. Project is planned in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The subject properties are necessary for the project, and an offer has been made to the parcel owner to be acquired. Staff recommends find that the public interest and necessity require the North County Corridor Phase 1 project. Find that the project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Find that the interest in the properties APN 075, 024, 011, 014, and 013 sought to be acquired and described in the attached resolution of necessity is necessary for the project. Find that the offer required by 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner, Cynthia Lindsay, trustee of the Lindsay 2006 Revocable Trust, and Cynthia Lindsay, trustee of the Lindsay 2010 Revocable Trust. Adopt a resolution of necessity in the form attached hereto as Attachment 1. Authorize County Council to initiate eminent domain proceedings to acquire the property interest described therein. Turn it over for public comment, please.
Okay, do any members of the board wish to comment or question? Okay, we will open it up to the public. I know Mr. Friedman has a comment. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
The Gianelli firm representing Cynthia Lindsay today. Your report's a little bit out of date in saying that she refused to communicate with the staff. I personally communicated with property acquisition people out of Fresno. Dave Cogdell has been in communication with people. They've staked out the property. He's delivered appraisals. I believe I had authorized it being delivered to the county a couple of weeks ago, so I'm surprised they don't have it. We'll get it to them. Miss Lindsay has been talking to your property acquisition person, and it's her impression that they're in agreement to accept the Cogdill appraisal. And the last barrier in her mind is this is going to take off a chunk of their property and put them right up against the roadway. And she has asked for a masonry sound wall along the property section. And your agent told her, oh, there won't be much traffic, you don't need to worry about it, which is kind of inconsistent with the comments in the report to you today. I believe that if the county is prepared to accept the Cogdell appraisals, which your staff is saying they haven't seen, so they're not going to commit to today, and they'll agree to a masonry sound wall, we will have a done deal and we can all go to lunch. And thank you for all of your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Any questions?
Okay. Anyone else in the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Again, this is a 4/5 vote.
Dave, where would that sound wall be?
That's why I pulled this picture up, talking to right here on the south edge of that parcel. The gray here is excess right-of-way. Well, this is actually stay with this parcel. Won't be excess right-of-way, but the sound wall is right here on the south side.
Well, the proposed requested sound wall, which we
Right.
haven't evaluated yet.
Exactly. Thank you, Art.
Is that a residence just to the north, or is that a business?
I believe it's business.
Business,
It's a
right?
commercial property.
Commercial property.
I believe there is one home on one of the parcels, but it is not a factor. The property is primarily business and ultimately will be some sort of business.
Supervisor Condit, this particular acquisition is made up of 3 parcels, which you can see on this depiction that's up on the image that's up on the screen here. The most northerly parcel, which has almost a cul-de-sac showing directly to the west of that, is where the residential piece is. I think it's a little bit more sort of
That's just
green area.
Just being kind of familiar, I didn't think there was a residence along that, let's call, right at the corner of Claus and Clarabelle. I thought that was a business in there, so I just wanted to make sure.
And you guys have the appraisal now from Cogdill, or you haven't gotten it?
We'll certainly have it this afternoon.
Okay.
Right.
All right. If there are no more questions, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Condit, second by Supervisor Graywall. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously 5-0. All right, moving on to 8-4, another 4/5 vote, also dealing with the North County Corridor Project. Mr. Lehman.
Good afternoon again. This one is a little different. We're asking for an amendment to Resolution of Necessity number 2023-0058 to correct a clerical error. This is for the Bach Family Trust, Assessor's Parcel Number 083-002-034. And we'll describe the project limits, discuss the prior board action for this property, and the action needed to correct the clerical error. Again, here's the project limits. It's from Oakdale to Claus and a little bit beyond. On February 7th, 2023, the Board of Supervisors adopted Resolution of Necessity number 2023-58 to acquire the entire fee interest in APN 083-002-034, the property, for the State Route 108 North County Corridor Phase 1 project. And here's the Bach parcel with the right-of-way limits shown in yellow. The board determined and found that a fee interest in the entire property was needed for the project. The staff report, presentation, and supporting documents from the February 7th, 2023 hearing, which are attached as exhibits to your staff report today, discussed and indicated that the entire property was being acquired and that a portion of the property was being acquired as a remnant pursuant to Code of Civil Procedure 1240.410. The property will have no access to public right-of-way, creating a remnant parcel. Their public access is that flag bit, that little blue piece, and it's under future North County Corridor, so we're acquiring there for the project, their access to Oakdale Road. Code of Civil Procedure 1240.420 requires that when property is sought to be acquired pursuant to Section 1240.410, the resolution of necessity and the complaint filed pursuant to such resolution shall specifically refer to that section. After the board adopted RON number 2023-058, it was determined to have a clerical error and that the required citation to Civil Code of Procedure 1240.410 was not included in the RON. To correct the clerical error, the board is being asked to approve amendment of RON number 2023-58, the amendment, to include the omitted citation to Code of Civil Procedure 1240.410. And I'm not going to read all that, but there's the code that is cited and is now part of the record of this PowerPoint. Today's hearing is only to provide correction of a clerical error in the previously adopted RON number 2023-58. No additional findings need to be considered or made, as the required findings for adoption of a resolution of necessity were made previously in RON number 2023-58. See staff report. Oop. Back. So we bring it to the board for action.
Okay, thank you. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up to the public. Do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this? I do have a comment card from Mr. Block.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Glenn Block. Our law firm is California Eminent Domain Law Group, and we've been retained as eminent domain counsel to Mr. Wolfgang Bach and Dr. Victorina Bach, who's with me here today. At the prior hearing in February, you heard from Jerry Brunn, a local attorney who's longtime family attorney to the Bachs. The Bachs and Mr. Brunn recognize the need for an attorney with special familiarity with eminent domain, which is why our firm was brought on and why I'm here today. First of all, I'm going to address some of the comments that Mr. Lehman presented today, and then I will go into some details, providing some further information about the issues that I raised in the letter that the board, I assume, has seen. And then I will conclude with our requests of the board today. I believe that there is a path forward, that the parties can collaborate in the spirit of the way this county and this board seeks to treat not just property owners affected by this project, but as reflected throughout today's agenda, how it treats the citizens of this county. Mr. and Dr. Bach built their dream home in 1980. They purchased some rural agricultural land on Oakdale Road and hired a noted local architect to build their dream home. Modesto was the Bach's home when they were displaced in World War II. Mr. Bach survived the Holocaust and then survived East Germany and was able to leave and come to America, where he met Dr. Victorina Bach, who had suffered her own hardships during World War II in the Philippines and sought refuge in the United States, and then to make their home in Modesto. They designed their dream home, a custom Tudor-style house, everything was picked out by Mr. and Mrs. Bach, down to the stained glass windows that you'll find throughout the home, the custom woodwork, the custom brickwork, the design of the landscaping to provide a serene environment where they could raise their family, surrounded by this lush landscape and an almond orchard like you find throughout Stanislaus County. More than 40 years, they raised their family in this home. It was the home from which Dr. Bach served this community as a noted pediatrician. Again, this is a family devoted to this community, put their roots here, and served, providing needed services to the children in the community and making a difference in this community. Of course, progress comes, and this county and this board has determined that it's necessary to provide some necessary traffic improvements, and sometimes that requires the taking of private property, which is happening here. Dr. and Mr. Bach understand that progress is required. All that they ask from this board is that they do not bear more than their fair share of this burden. Already, in and of itself, because the roadway goes through their home, they're losing their home. That is devastating. It would be devastating for anybody that loses their home. It is particularly devastating for someone who built their dream home, a home that they thought they would live in forever, and then turn over to their daughter. Dr. and Mr. Bach are elderly. They're in their 80s. Mr. Bach is suffering from some very severe health conditions. His heart is at 25% capacity. I don't know if the board recalls the February hearing. Mr. Bach was incredibly agitated by the situation. It was incredibly traumatic and brought back lots of memories of other traumas that he's experienced. This situation, losing the home in the twilight of his life, is extraordinarily difficult and traumatic. So we'll talk about how the board can help the family deal with this situation. I'd like to take a step back and talk about the kind of legal technicalities here, some of the things I pointed out in the letter. Mr. Lehman mentioned that, and it may have been a misstatement, but Mr. Lehman said that in February, this board found that the fee interest in the entire property is needed for this project. That is simply not true, as recognized in his other statement that the county seeks to acquire the remainder of the property as an uneconomic remnant. First of all, I don't think that this board has the authority to adopt a resolution of necessity today that is short of the full requirements of all the findings. That is reflected in the proposed resolution of necessity that's presented to this board. It reiterates all of the findings. So I think today, in adopting this resolution of necessity, putting aside the fact that the proper notice was withdrawn and an insufficient notice has been presented, but dealing with the substance, this board needs to make the findings that are set forth in 1240.030, the public interest in necessity, greatest public good and least private injury, and that the property is necessary for the project. Mr. and Dr. Bach's property is approximately 23 acres. This project requires at most 8.5 acres of the property, leaving 14.5 acres that are not required for this project. Even the 8.5 acres is not necessary for this project. If you look at the map that Mr. Lehman put up that shows where the roadway is going, this one's a good one. If we look, the take line travels south. So if we look at Oakdale Road, the southerly take line runs in the middle of the neighbor's property, just north of that home, the white that you see there, or the home in the barn that's there. And then that take line travels, I believe it's about 75 or 100 feet south to continue westerly. Why is the county acquiring a minimal portion of the neighbor's property just south of the drainage basin, yet it is coming much further into the box property? That's number one. That depiction right there indicates that the county of Stanislaus does not require the full 8.5 acres. Now let's turn our attention to whether or not the remaining 14.5 acres plus is an uneconomic remnant. The legal standard for determining whether it is an uneconomic remnant requires consideration of whether there is a reasonable, practicable, and economically sound means to prevent the property from becoming a remnant. Here, there are at least two reasonable, practicable, economically sound means to prevent that property from becoming a remnant. Number one, there is another flag lot to the south and just to the east of the box property. If you look south and to the right of the box property, you see a home site parcel in the middle there. That property is a flag lot. There is a driveway that extends from Oakdale Road east along the southern boundary of the box property, the north boundary of the property just south of the box, continuing to the property to the southeast of the box property, which is the home site. That driveway is about 30 feet wide. There is no reason, as it provides vehicular access to that home site, that the county could not negotiate acquisition of a non-exclusive contiguous easement for vehicular access on that property. It's already a driveway. It provides access. It may provide access to other properties. We don't know, but it should not be a significant burden on that driveway to provide vehicular access to the box property. Another option is Plainview Road. If you look to the right of this property, continuing that driveway to the east, that is Plainview Road. One of the iterations contemplated in the environmental impact report for this project was the extension of Plainview Road from Roselle to Oakdale, a connection, a full connection along that line. For some reason, the ultimate design plans for the project cul-de-sac Plainview Road at the property just to the east, or right just east of that neighbor's property, the home site that has the driveway. So continuing Plainview Road to the west as part of this project would merely be converting that driveway into a county road, which was originally contemplated. Another reasonable, practicable, economically sound option to provide access to the box remainder property and prevent it from becoming a remnant. A third option would simply be opening or extending Plainview Road one more property to the west, to the box property, and you don't have to go all the way to Oakdale. You could just cul-de-sac it at the box property. And again, there would be a reasonable, practicable, economically sound means of providing access to the box property. I have a simple but hard request, two requests of this board. Number one, only take the portions of the box property that are absolutely necessary for this project. Ideally, that would only be the portion to the far north, extending the take line directly from Oakdale across along the southern boundary of the drainage basin. That would be the ideal situation. If not that, if the county determines that it must take to the currently delineated take line, that 8.5 acres, so be it. Do not take the excess land. Find, direct staff to provide reasonable, practicable, economically sound access to that remainder parcel by one of the options, or maybe there's another option. The second thing is a little more personal. It is the way that this board can support the box through this process. As I mentioned, this is a devastating situation to lose their dream home. It is incredibly traumatic, and Mr. Bach's health is very frail at this time. This is a significant project that you have here that has many different components. There are some significant construction and engineering issues building the crossing at Terminal over the railroad tracks. There's a significant crossing over the drainage further to the east. There's a lot of road work going on near Klaus and Clarabelle. Do that work first. The box property is at the entrance to the new highway. That highway will not be able to be traversed until the other components are complete. Make the box property the last one that needs to be displaced. Give the box all the time that they need to deal with this devastating situation so that it is not as devastating as it must be. Happy to answer any questions. Again, I appreciate your time. Victorina, Dr. Bach, is there anything that you'd like to add?
I really don't have a question.
If you don't mind coming up, Dr. Bach.
It's very difficult to be put in two situations. You have a medical situation and a non-medical situation. You know, when families like us, and we are not different from any ordinary families in all over the world, you make plans, you get married, you get children, you think about them, what will happen to them 10, 20, 30 years. All of us do that, all over the world. It doesn't matter whether we're in the underdeveloped country or not. We do have resources, and we try to use those resources as much as we can. But we are not going to forget our neighbors. That is a dictum of decency. My issue from the very beginning, since 2015, was the arrogance and the rudeness that how we were treated. We came to that planning commission with a full heart of good faith. And we told them, that there are some possibilities that we can do this better. And I, as a medical person, I was thinking of the pollution in the county. That money that was supposed to be given to Riverbank was $1 billion, according to the papers. That was many years ago. They did not want to have a highway in Riverbank, so they put in the mall, which was for good economic reason, and it's good for the county. But the problem is this: I don't believe that the full environmental impact on these highways was done. I did a lot of research as my medical profession, because I care for these people in my community. This community has given us so much gift. The children that they were brought at Good Medical Group, they were a gift to us. We saved them, but they are a gift. And so we were trying to help the community at the same time. We were not complaining to the county. We were trying to help. To this day, I still could not figure out in my own logistical mind why this highway is coming right in the middle of all the people living there, residential. All those people are going to get all the pollution from north to south. And I still cannot figure out to this day why we did not have a very good environmental report on this. It was not complete, and now it's aggravated by the climate change.
Dr. Bach, can you talk to the board about how this is affecting Mr. Bach?
It was a tremendous problem, and I tried to keep this private. The cardiologist was so surprised. My husband is an athlete. He didn't have any risk factors to develop cardiovascular disease, serious as it was. And this it came to us as a shock. And I did not tell the cardiologist at the beginning that he could not sleep, because this is his life. My husband developed this pasture land that was owned by the people in the 1940s. We accidentally found them, and we found these people in dire need. And so we helped them. So what we did was told them that we can buy the pasture land and we will develop it, and so they can have a better view. We can put almond trees, and so we can help also the economy of the county. And that's how it just started. My husband would be there at 4 o'clock in the morning disking. He was going to be under that ground to build that irrigation system. It is not just the economic impact on us, it's more of our moral principle in life. It's there, they are there, that we want to give to our great-grandchildren. This is the devastation that we are feeling now, and my husband felt it so bad that he had to suffer from that atrial fibrillation, which is a very bad irregular heartbeat, and his failure cannot be explained except for this worry about the land. And as a physician, I didn't want to be sound materialistic, but I cannot control the emotional problem of people. This land is his holy land. We were willing to help the community, to donate some land. But it was so devastating that we did not feel that we are being heard, even at the beginning and at the end. We live in a community, and we love this community so much. How in the world can you throw people when we love this community so much? I woke up, I remember waking up 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, going back and forth to that emergency room because we found the perfect place to serve the children. I can be in that emergency room in 2 minutes because the police would recognize me and said, Dr. Bach, why are you driving so fast? Well, because I had to go to the emergency room. And the sheriff will say, let me just guide you there. This is the kind of people that we cannot fail. This community has wonderful people, and we just felt very, very badly treated in the sense that we just didn't know what to do anymore. In that sense, my husband could not do much, that he had to suffer so much. This is a very healthy man, and because of the eminent domain coming us and us, on us and us, all the time, 24 hours a day, what can you, medically speaking, what can you do for those patients? You just can't. You can bring them to the psychiatrist, but it's not gonna make the difference. He is losing his life.
Thank you, Dr. Mark.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I've been dealing with this, and I was trying to be patient with the county. It's just even little respect. We did not get anything. They did not care. That's what it is, and that is what's hurting us. You cannot, and we cannot live in that kind of community when people are not caring. You heard it already, how much we have accomplished today. That was very inspiring for me, for these people to be helped. But that's why we are here, because we know and we knew from the very start. Because we work with the Mano brothers who helped this community. We work with Memorial North Hospital, who built that hospital. They have $450 million put in to have a good hospital. So we have so much gratitude to these people. And to see these people not hearing and not even looking at it carefully. We cannot just do that in our citizens. We've just got to look at our citizens in a different angles, both psychologically and financially. It's not all, but life is not all financial. Emotion is the greater way of addressing people. You can diminish a lot of stress, and you can save people. And I'm here to tell you that we love this county. We just can't, it's just the way it is. I came here from Boston, and the moment I saw this Modesto, who did not exist in our map from Boston, my husband and I said, this is our place. It's a peaceful place. And I grew up in a farm because my father was an agriculturist at the University of the Philippines. And I knew how wonderful it is to have a farm, how it can help me, not just us, but the community. This is the reason why it is so hurtful for us. We have all the personal reasons why we are fighting for our land. It's not just for us, it's also for the community. Because we know that this land will help the community. And I'm very sorry that I'm really emotional today, because I've seen worse things in life. I know how a parent cries when they are dying. I know now how they feel when something is taken away from you on a moral grounds. It's the worst thing that can happen to any individual in this world. We have all our moral values, but we should not forget that this is not ourselves. We are living in this world. We have enough problems in the world, and we are really worried about the children. So please, I beg you, do not treat people the way we were treated. We will recover. My husband will not recover, because this eminent domain has really taken a toll on his health, and an athletic guy. That is the cause of his heart failure. I have got all the, in fact, it took us, especially years. The cardiologist could not find out. Vicky, I don't know why he's having this problem. He's so healthy and everything. He doesn't have high cholesterol. And I kept quiet. I did not tell them the truth, because I did not want them to hear what the community has done to my husband. Because I love this community. The last thing I want to do is to have somebody tell me, oh, your community is doing this to you. No, I love this community, and the children that I've taken care of, they're already now parents and grandparents. It is something that they cannot take away from us as a family. We love this community, and we will never. That's why we planned this for second and third generation. Our home was designed for that. So, again, please forgive me for being emotional. I have never been emotional like this. I grew up in a medical community, and this is the last thing I would do, because it really just hurt us so much at different levels. Not just emotionally, but the way we lead our life to the end. We are just suffered so much. And that is, I will survive this because I know how to survive. My husband is not a medical doctor. I cannot control his brain. His brain is powering up stress hormone called cortisol, and I cannot control that. But I can control myself. I can still be valuable in the community, but my husband is too sick. We are talking not months here. I stay with him. He will never go to a nursing home. I will take care of my husband until the end. But that home is giving him a chance to live day to day. But he will not have forever. He is in that home, peaceful, knowing that all our efforts were still there. There's just too many memories in that home. That's where we have all our relatives, our friends come in on holidays. We have our lovely home with all the people who cares about the community. They're there to share all of this beautiful time, how to deal with improving the community, and especially the health of the community. And the people at Memorial North Hospital is so wonderful. They went to my home and we discussed how to deal with the health of the community. There are just too many things that happen in that home. It is not a structure. It is where you build your family, your home, and your community. We cannot live alone. We have to help our community. But at the same time, we cannot cross people to the point that they're going to die. That's what's happening to my husband. I am so sorry again. But I will live. But my husband will not live. I am so sorry. But we will handle this till the end. I cannot do anything for him anymore. Medically speaking, we are in the end of the line. And I'm really thankful that you gave me a chance to speak to you today, because I know you have done a good job for this community, and I see it. Thank you very much for taking care of the community. And I appreciate everything what you have done since we arrived in 40 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Do any other members of the public wish to comment? Okay.
There's, as I see it, there's a couple of ways that the Board of Supervisors can proceed. One is to direct staff, as I requested, to change the acquisition to not acquire any more than absolutely required, and to direct staff to provide the box as much time as they need to deal with this transition. Alternatively, Mr. Shaverdian and I have worked together for many, many years on eminent domain cases throughout the state. We have worked cooperatively on other cases involving this corridor project. Give us some time to try to work together before the county proceeds and see how we can work together to formulate a mutually agreeable solution. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Okay, we have a question for staff. We're going to close public comment and go to Mr. Chiesa.
Okay, so first, go ahead and explain why the line drops down on their property, the box property, from the adjoining property.
That's the ultimate right-of-way line. So for the ultimate intersection, that's what we're proposing to acquire. Don't want to negotiate here, but nothing is off the table. You know, we're not done. We're thinking about this all the time, and the team is working on access to this parcel now that we know they definitely want to stay. We're working. I think that's safe to say. So
Yeah.
the staff is looking, and nothing is off the table yet. We're not saying no to anything yet. Because we've heard from the board loud and clear, concierge service. And so if it involves moving the house, there's house movers.
Yeah, well, typically, we've said that on remnant parcels, we don't want remnant parcels unless people don't want to keep their remnant parcel, then it's in play. So, okay, I think you've heard the message, and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Terry?
Just so the message is, we're going to continue to try to work with the box and see what we can come up with here. That's the message.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anyone else?
No, I was just making sure that's clear. Everything's still on the table, and resolution can get there if we all come together.
That is always our preferred method of acquiring right-of-way, is to get an agreement with the other party.
Right.
That's mutually acceptable to both parties.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I will entertain action.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Condit, second by Supervisor Graywall. This is a 4/5 vote, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to correspondence.
This board has received the correspondence and claims as noted on the agenda.
I acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. All right, Board of Supervisor reports. Any supervisors have anything to report?
I'm sorry, I do.
Yes, just wanted to report on a trip that Chairman Condit and CEO Hayes and our Public Information Government Relations Officer Sonia Serviro, sorry if I said it wrong, took to Washington, D.C. It was 4 days of advocacy on the behalf of the residents of Stanislaus County. We met with the respective Senate offices of Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla, and then our congressional members, Congressman McClintock and Congressman Duarte, and then departments up at D.C., the Department of Transportation, Department of Labor, and our message was pretty uniform to everyone we met with regarding infrastructure for Stanislaus County, a West Side health facility, and additional investment in our Stanislaus 2030 endeavor. All of them were taken really well from all of the respective offices. We did have our lobbyist with us on all these visits, and they will be following up with these groups or individuals and any information that's necessary to keep things moving, they will be providing, as well as staff and our CEO's office. All in all, I think it was a good visit to advocate on behalf of the county and look for additional resources to make projects happen here. So,
I agree.
Great event.
Wonderful. All right, anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to legislative fiscal management.
I'm
I'm sorry, go ahead, Vito.
We're over here arguing.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say, last week, Supervisor Withrow and myself, we toured the Covanta facility. Since we're going to be making decisions, in the future, it's a great tour to get up there and see just what it's all about. And I want to thank our staff from Environmental Resources, Will and Rob, for getting us up there. The contract with Covanta, I think, is up in 2027. Jody has gotten a group together of city managers. They're going to take a look at that. So it's still a ways away before a decision is made. It appears that in Covanta that it appeared to me that they want to extend the contract in the future. So, and they are installing some new technology for the Air Board to meet the new standard as of January 1st. But again, I encourage everyone who's in the decision-making process to make sure and get up there and take a tour.
In LaGrange too, was that last week? No, we also toured, Vito and I, Vito and I were just out touring around the county. And so we went to the LaGrange Dam, Don Pedro, and just a unbelievable sight to see the water coming over the top of the LaGrange Dam. And then we got to go down into see the turbines and everything inside the dam. So it was just really an interesting tour. Okay, very good. Okay, sorry, I got one more.
Go ahead, Terry.
So there's going to be a ribbon coming, a reopening of the Burbank Paradise Park. And Burbank Paradise Park is a little park over by, if you're familiar with Burbank Paradise Fire Station, over there, kind of it's east of Carpenter Road and be north of Paradise, just huddled within this neighborhood. Neatest little park back in there, surrounded by houses. The PAL office is over there too. Police Athletic League is over there, right by that park too. And so anyway, it was in disrepair. So it's gotten all kinds of a facelift here. There'll be a reopening ceremony on Saturday, June 10th at 11 a.m. And it's on, actually it's Beverly and Vernon Avenue, or kind of the crossroads there, Beverly and Vernon. And so I'd encourage anybody that wants to come. It was funded with, I think, Proposition 68 grant programming. It was where some of the money came. And then, of course, our Parks and Rec department that has done great work to make this thing happen. So I'd encourage anyone who would like to go over there. They're going to have I was trying to say all the things it has a new playground, splash pad, picnic area, barbecues, walking, jogging loop, adult exercise equipment, solar lighting, security cameras, as well as renovated restrooms. There we go. Neat spot. If you got time on a Saturday, head down there June 10th at 11 a.m. for the grand reopening.
Awesome. All right, now we will move on to Legislative Fiscal Management Report by CEO Hayes.
Okay, and Supervisor Whistler, thank you for those remarks on the park. I do want to confirm, though, it's on a Saturday, probably sun shining. This should be ultra casual dress for those of us who can make it out
free
there.
dress, yes, shorts and t-shirts.
Okay, all right. So nobody has to suit up for this. I just want to be clear about that. Just a quick note, and I appreciate the recap of our trip to D.C. for advocacy on behalf of the board. One of the things we were very happy to also present while we were back there as we were making our visits was that the state and the governor's office had announced Stanislaus County, or not necessarily the county, but the efforts that we've supported through BEAM in 2030, our Bioindustrial Manufacturing Initiative, had announced a pilot SURF grant, Community Economic Resilience Fund grant, of about $3.6 million awarded to Stanislaus County, to our community, I guess, and the efforts that we've supported. So we were very, very thrilled to see that. That actually happened while we were out of town, so I wanted to make sure that we noted that as well, and that's got a little bit of a media attention. But that's not the end. There'll be more good news to follow again in the future, and look forward to sharing that with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Wonderful news. All right, we do have closed session today.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have closed session. We have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1. We have two cases to consider. Ismael Diaz et al. Versus County of Stanislaus et al. And that's in the Stanislaus County Superior Court, and the case number is CV 22002605. And Richard Craig West Sr. et al. Versus County of Stanislaus et al., and that's in the Superior Court of County of Stanislaus, and the case number is CV 20004848. That appropriate for public comment.
All right, any members of the public wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, we will dismiss for closed session. I want to thank Deputy Crawley for looking over us today. We will adjourn this meeting at 1:29.